Welcome to the Aaron O Show. Good evening, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. BOB, don't start. Every show, the last 4 shows I've been counting, nobody being more toxic than you, BOB. So don't start. Do not start. Uh, the reason I'm looking around is because I'm shifting through different screens and making sure I have everything set up. And then I remove those screens so that they don't distract me during the show. Okay. So BOB, hope that answers your question. Pink, hello, Pink. How are you? Thank you so much for joining the live stream. You're going to make Fatty so jealous. So thank you very much. Fatty is one jealous person, and I won't let him live it down. Bob, I can see you in the chat. Bob, don't say you ain't said nothing. I can actually see you in the chat. I can see what you're writing in the chat. Bob, come on now. I seen it. Miss Jill, what's going on? What's going on? Antonio, that's a lie. I love women. I don't hate no women except for that one lady in the stream. And I really hate what she represented more so because I don't know her. Cece's in the building. What's going on, Cece? Love C is here. I mean, it's going down. It's going down. I got my guy Thanos in the building. GBG is in the building. I believe because I believe Trucker Yell, shout out to Trucker Yell, he sponsored last show. Thank you very much, Trucker Yell. We appreciate you. Trucker, every now and then he come through trying to step on people. So we don't mind around here. Let me see who we got here. I think, let's see here. I could be wrong, but I'll update it later. Before the stream even hits, I got one of my people who already said that they gonna sponsor the show. So the sponsor of the show currently will be done by none other than the GBG gang themselves.
Gang. GBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that ass. My gang sit up, and I know they gonna blast.
So we appreciate it. Shout out to the GBG gang. We in here. Love C, thank you. You like the background? You like that? Yeah. You know, I had to switch it up. I love chess. So I ain't no Bobby Fischer, but one could dream. But shout out to Love C. Thank you for being here. Crown, you already know GBG is the gang. Listen. If you stick around long enough, you will be down with the gang. That's all I can tell you right now. I'm not going to even do no recruiting because we try to move in silence and only speak loud when we got to. So shout out to Grizz. I see you in the chat, bro. We in here. All right. So today, what is today? Wednesday, the 5th of the month. Hopefully everybody got their bills paid. For all of you who don't live with your mom like me, sorry. For all y'all that's trying to pay all them bills for y'all lady because y'all want to be a real man, congratulations. You played yourself. I've been talking to people that's with my team, and we've been letting them know, just get you a chick that goes 70-30, and she paying that 70. I don't know why y'all struggling in 2023 when their women's getting this money, calling men broke. If they calling men broke and they getting the money, why don't you get with a chick that get money? I don't understand why y'all choose to struggle and put yourself through unnecessary pain. These chicks getting money. Get you a chick that pay them bills. And don't sit here and tell me, Aaron, ain't no chick paying them bills. When stream after stream, we got Venus in here. Yeah, I watched some of Venus stream. Yeah, I heard what you were saying. I'm going to let it slide today because I got business to take care of first, okay? But you got women in here talking about is bum man sleeping on women's couches while she paying all the bills, eating up all her food, eating her son fruit snacks. So listen, there are a bunch of men living with women that's paying all the bills. So don't you dare tell me that if you single, don't have no churn, that you can't get a chick to pay all them bills. You absolutely can. We switching the movement up, all right? The manly thing to do is to provide for your family, and sometimes provision is your time, taking care of the home, okay? Men need to protect the home and take care of the home in 2023 because the old way is not enough. I've heard women say, that ain't enough no more. We want more. So gentlemen, we want to do more. And by doing more, look here, ladies, all we need is for you to fill up the bottles. You know, they have the machine I think it's called like a pump machine. I'm trying to watch my language, okay? The machine that pumps something and just give all that milk out, and you get up on out your business, I'm gonna make sure I pack your little bag, give you a little lunch pail, old school lunch pail. It'll probably be like a Spider-Man, let's get you one of those and hand you your lunch pail and send you on off to work to get that money while I stay home with the children and I take care of them. Because see, I love children. Don't ever let it get twisted. I got 4 brothers, 4 of them. Let me see, 1, 2 nephews, 2 nieces. So yeah, love children. Love them, love them, love them. So ain't no thing for me to stay home. I've got a lot of practice. I'm good at changing diapers. Listen, my level of patience exists here and with them children. So it's a win-win for me. Go get that bag and I'll sit right here and watch them children. I don't care about the crying. Look, listen, don't even worry. By the time they ain't gonna be running around like pick me up. You know how the kids always want you to pick them up so they can stop crying. I will fix that easy. Pacifiers, they won't need that very long. Don't even worry. I fix those problems too. Win-win. Stay at home dads for the win is what I'm working on. Okay, ladies? So I don't want y'all to struggle out here trying to find these men that's getting all this money so then they can manipulate you with this money. I'm going to teach you ladies how to find a man to stay at home and take care of the children while you out getting that money. Okay? That is what we own. There's wonderful fathers out here. We want to highlight them more by allowing them to spend more time with their children and allowing women to take over the world. Yes, we're going to allow you women to take over the world, get the best jobs. Hell, go ahead and become president if you want. You got it. We're going to be at home watching children, feeding children, changing diapers, playing PS5, cleaning up. I'm not even messy anyway, so it's very easy to clean up after me. So a win is a win. A win. Miss Jill, don't worry. Don't worry about the house cleaning. That's not a problem. That's not a problem. Listen, I'm also good with helping with the budgeting. So go ahead and make the money. I help with the accounting aspect of it. We know where every dollar is going. At whatever support you need, I got it. A win is a win. A win is a win. Okay. So, gentlemen, make sure y'all know that's the new move. That's what we're trying to get on. Stop stressing yourself out. All right. It ain't even worth it. And there's some lovely ladies in the chat right now that's getting a lot of money. They're getting a whole lot of money. Some of them got 1 kid. I don't advocate for anything more than 1 kid. I know that's a little, how would I say, insensitive of me, but I don't advocate for anything more than 1 kid. If she got 1 kid, that means she made 1 mistake and she has a right to some redemption. So it's okay. Things happen. When you get to 2 kids and 3 kids, stay away from her. All right. That's triple red flag. Don't even associate yourself and don't let her try to trick you with they twins. All right. Oh, yeah, they fraternal twins. No. Give one of them up for adoption. We ain't got time for all that. Gentlemen, do not take on more than 1 kid, especially. I already knew you was going to say that, Janelle, but 10 times ahead, especially if it's your first time being a stay-at-home dad. Okay. This is a brand new role, which we're rolling out to the majority of men. And I don't want you to overwhelm yourself because being a parent is the hardest job in the world. Okay, it's the hardest job in the world. If you don't believe me, the fairy godmother of all the women in this space, Cynthia G, said so, along with her best friend, Annalicia. She said that, okay? So those 2 said that being a parent is the hardest job in the world. So don't get mad at me. They said it. So therefore, 1 child at a time. And then if we get better and better, we get 2 kids and then 3 kids, okay? It is what it is. Now, exceptions, because I know what y'all thinking. Aaron, 1 kid, that's a little insensitive. Some women are 35 and 40. You're right. I haven't forgot about theirs. At the older that they are, an income must increase. So kings, if there is a lovely woman that you want to build with and she has no children yet, but she wants to get pregnant immediately and go right back to work because she get in the bag, build with her. Now, if it's a chick with 1 kid, minimum, because you got to be able to take care of the child, minimum $100,000. Okay, we get on that 6-figure thing as always. Okay, minimum 6 figures. Okay, once another child gets into the picture, immediately put a tax on that. Right. So we're gonna do like they do time and a half. It's gonna go from 100,000 to at least 175,000. Okay, just go through the tax benefit. 2 kids, jump up to 175,000. Okay. because then you already got a system in place, and that's fine. If this woman comes with 3 kids, you're going to need at minimum $250,000, okay? And just follow that system continuously. More kids, more money, all right? There you go, Kings. I've set the standard. That's what we rocking with. Hey, Kazi, how you doing? Shout out to Kazi. But that's what I recommend for the Kings, okay? Protect yourselves at all times and deal with women that have gentlemen, must I not, hello, Miss Amber, how are you? Must I not forget before we get into the show, make sure this woman has a plan for y'all. Do not let this woman come into your life talk about what you bring to the table. If she asks you what you bring to the table, you let her know, I'm a king. I am the table, okay? And if she don't see your value, then you tell her, step. You remember how Martin told Gina, stepped in. Go ahead and step. You let her know, go ahead and step in. That's what you tell her, okay? But if she's sensible and see the value in you, you make sure she got a plan for y'all, okay? You say, all right, look, I want to be with you, but what's your plan? What's your plan for us, okay? How many kids we want? All right, how much we putting away for their future? Okay, what kind of assistant do you need for me around the home while you out getting that money and I'm at home? Let me know what you need, but make sure she has a plan for you, okay? Make sure she got a plan, all right? Because I'm afraid that a lot of these women take advantage of men who are willing to adjust their roles and adjust to 2023 to more powerful women, and they're going to take advantage of us and not come to us with a plan, and they want to just test everything out on us. So then they deal with us, discard us, and get another man after they practice on us. All right? Don't fall for it, Kings. Make sure you get married in a state that protects you with marital rights. Do not let them trick you and say, hey, you want to go to another state that has a cap on child? No. Make sure you're in a state that don't have much of a cap, right? Get to the highest amount of money you can get for that child support if she decide to leave you because you ain't had a job all these years and you deserve that money. You deserve that money, okay? Now, that's the wisdom for the day. What you do with it is up to you, okay? I see my guy, Trucker Yale, in the building. I want to say once again, shout out to my guy, Trucker Yale. He was a sponsor of the last show. It is very much appreciated. It keeps us motivated to keep doing these shows and pushing them out. And, I try to make sure we're having fun while we're doing this. But at the same time, we getting Kings in a position to be led, okay? My brother JB is here. He says, why didn't Aaron give me this game before I got married? Well, because when we talked about this was actually in 2022. I had a different philosophy. So this was a different philosophy when we were talking about this. This is my 2023 updated new game file, updated NBA player, created player, all that stuff. It's the new file. So I just want to let you know that's why. Shout out to One Queen Lady E. She says, great day. Yeah, we about to get into the topic now. I'm not going to hold you up. I just have to give out motivation to the men out there right now because I think it's very, very important, very, very important that the men have something positive to look forward to and that they know that there's a pathway to do what's best. And I am going to support them. And I think the ladies are going to respect the fact that men are learning that women out here getting to the bag and that men need to step up and stop being immature, stop being so prideful, and definitely be allowed. Because listen, most of these men love their kids. I'll be seeing the little carrying thing in the front with the kid, they walking around. My brother got one of those. But he came with his daughter and all that, and he was carrying on a little front thing, And so we prepared, and I'm excited. I'm excited with 2023 and 2024 and the future has for families and men's role with women getting to the bag. So that's what it is. Shout out to Miss Dora. She says support GBG gang. She's in the building. She's down with the GBG.
Gang. GBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. Mike ain't sit up, and I know they gonna blast.
And listen. I'm gonna make sure I let Cheeky know I'm gonna need constant remixes of that. I'm going to be on his line and say, bro, we need another one and another one. I'm going to have DJ Khaled next to me with the sign say another one. Okay? It is what it is. So we're going to keep coming. We're going to keep doing what we do. Aaron supports the single mom club. Yes, I absolutely do. As long as it's one child. If you want me, somebody of my low caliber, I have a one child maximum. I have a one child maximum. So anything beyond that, we stressed out. I'm gonna just keep it real with you. Anything beyond the one child maximum for me, you have to more than overcompensate. And now if you're a high earning woman, and I understand you've been maybe divorced once, you have some kids, but you're making a lot of money, I have to concede just a little bit because you're a woman of such a high caliber. You can afford to have a little bit more than one child. But my preference, which I'm going to get killed for, one child. But I happen to love children. Most men prefer no children. That don't mean they won't deal with you, but I'm good with one child because I understand there's a difference between a woman with no children and one child and then anything after one. But that's me. That's my preference. I don't have preference for the type of women that I want, but I have preference for the amount of children that they have. So that's interesting, right? Shout out to MC. She said, yes, the one child policy. Yeah, I'm on my communist relationship potential. One child policy. Now, gentlemen, it's up to you if you take the advice and you stick with one child policy. If not, no harm, no foul. Stepdads is cool. I'm good with stepdads. I don't mind. Now, we shall get into the show. We're going to do a review on this man. I can't say his name. So if any of y'all can say his name, I will accept that. Now, I don't know if I'm going to allow you, y'all ghetto. I just saw that video. Motivated Visions, don't do that. Don't call us ghetto like that. First of all, we're mature young men. Cheeky is a general. Okay, I'm lieutenant general. So there's a general, and I'm just under right there, lieutenant. Okay, so nothing ghetto about what's going on here. We pushing the movement, and everybody can be a part of the movement. They just got to be prepared to do what's necessary. If not, you're gonna get stepped on. That's just what it is right now. Okay, but I did want to review this. Actually, this video was requested by two people that I really, really rock with in this space. And I said, you know what, for you, I shall do it. Okay. It wasn't high on my radar because I typically do things that are not really, really prevalent at the time, like something that's not really current. But occasionally you have to make some adjustments because when people request it, you want to give your supporters what they requested. Okay. Otherwise, what you doing this for? So I don't know if I'm going to open up I don't know. Every time I let you hooligans up here, trouble follows every single time. I can't, I don't know about that just yet. I'll think about it. If y'all really want to come up, I'll pay attention to the chat and see if that's really a request, but I don't think that it is. I think you guys don't want no trouble. I think y'all just want to chill. But we'll see. If you guys request it, I will definitely let you on the panel. If you guys also want to break down this video with me, I have no problem with that because I'm here for the people. And that's what it is. That is what it is. Let's get to it. Let's get to the video. Are you ready? Ready. Now, I don't know what to expect. I'm not overly familiar, honestly, with this individual. His name pretty much just really kind of got into the space, well, at least around me, right? I know that he is, at this point, he's making a run. And it's really interesting. I think he went to Harvard Law or Yale or something like that. So it's pretty cool. So we're going to play the video and we're going to get into it. So I'm not going to hold you up no longer. Just remember, Kings, one child policy. All right. Let me pull this up here. Make sure I open that up and we are live. We are live. Let me see if I can slightly adjust that. And thank you, Love C, for complimenting my back shot. See, bam, back screen. Woo. I love it. I love it. I've been trying to get this image behind my screen for a while now, and I was very, very persistent. I finally got it. I probably shouldn't have it, but I don't care. Okay. Now, for all of you patient people, this is the review. Now, the Breakfast Club had an interview with this. Well, I actually have not watched this at all, so I have no idea what he said. I have no idea how incredible or unincredible he is, but we about to find out. Thank you, Kazi. See, Kazi appreciates the artistic mind that I have when I make sure that we put on a great show. And the imagery behind me is gorgeous. If I do say so myself. Now, on to the review. Thank you, Miss Doris. Let's get to it. Let's see what we got to say here. We're going to make sure the volume is up because I want to make sure here. We're going to fast forward just a little bit because I want to get right into when he gets into the one-on-one conversation with the lady who I have no idea who she is. If you guys know who this woman is, please tell me because I have no idea who this woman is. But let me know in the chat if y'all know who this woman is. And let's get into the show. As a matter of fact, yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
It's a detail compared to my point, which is we need to revive the ideals that the nation was actually founded on and do a better job of aspiring to them.
And we have Teslin Figueroa. I'm sure Teslin has some questions. Tez, you good?
Yes, I do. So I've heard a lot of, what you think and your vision, and I'm a very practical person, and I want to kind of, opposed to talking about your opponents, let's talk about you for a moment, and let's actually talk about your policy.
Oh, okay. Now, who is this lady? Who is this lady? Who is this lady right here? I have no idea who she is. So please, somebody in chat, let me know who she is. Somebody said she's, MS Best said she's the typical pseudo-intellectual lunatic. Okay. I don't know her background. I don't know anything about her. I know she has blue in her background, and she got some makeup on. She got some press-on nails. She got those rings, the little whatever those rings or her earrings, the little whatever they are called. So I only can see the imagery of her at this point. So she says she's practical or logical. We're going to find out just how logical she truly is. Hopefully she's a gem. Intelligent Design said Breakfast Club will strike you, bro. I have no doubt that they will. I have no doubt that they will strike me. And it's okay. It's okay. I have an expectation that they probably will. If there's a certain amount of subs that people have where you kind of already know that it's a possibility that they could, but it is what it is. We gonna review it anyway.
Explain to me your position on the civic duty voting.
Sure. So my position is, I think that every kid who graduates from high school should know the minimums about the country that we require an immigrant to know about the country in order to become a citizen. So there's a test. My mom had to pass it. Every immigrant has to pass it to this country that asks you some basic questions. What are the three branches of government? What branch of government does the U.S. president lead? Some basic questions about what is the Bill of Rights. It's like a multiple choice exam, or some of them you write in. I think that if we're going to ask immigrants to pass that test, as we should, I think every 18-year-old who graduates from high school should have to pass that as well.
Do y'all agree with that? Do y'all agree that every 18-year-old should have to pass the same? Now, I don't know if I agree with that. I'm going to be honest with you. I have no idea. I don't know if I agree with that. I'm not sure if I actually agree with that. What's the benefit of being an American then? I can't say I definitively disagree, but I need to hear what the benefits of being an American then, right? Because we have to make sure there are differences, right? You know what? Let me see here. I do want some people to be able to actually come up and talk about this, because there are some people that know who he is even more than me. So that would actually help a little bit. But I will stand corrected. I'm fine with that requirement after hearing how people know nothing, how people are really, really ignorant. And so it's fine with having a requirement, the same that you would have that Americans would know that, because a lot of people don't know nothing at all. So I kind of understand that, but I'm still going to need to know the benefits of being an American outside the fact that you get to be the president, because we know that ain't all it's cooked up to be. And what other benefit would you get if you have to follow the same rules as people that come into this country? Not sure. Somebody said, can I speed up the video? Yes, I shall. Yes, I shall speed up the video. So I'll see if I can increase it to speed. Let me see if it goes too fast or too slow.
Because young people, it goes back to that issue.
Yeah, okay. So let me speed it up to about 1.5. Let's see.
Of pride. You don't value a country that you don't know something about. You don't value something you inherit. You value something you have a stake in creating, in building, or knowing something about. So how do we think big about this? Well, young people, as I told you, most of them, very few of them vote as it stands today. Super small numbers. And apparently 60% of them say they would rather give up their right to vote than give up TikTok. Well,
Hey, you know what? I'm not even mad at that. Shout out to my guy, Gary Grant. I'm not mad at that at all, actually. He said young people don't vote, and I actually probably agree with that. I think you kind of have to give young people something to vote for. So I think that's fair. When I was young, did I vote? No. Now that I think about when I was really, really young, I didn't vote until probably I was like 20s, my early 20s. Because when I was 18, I didn't give a damn about the president. Nope, didn't care. So young people probably don't vote. I'm probably not the best person to pick from that. But no, young people don't care about voting. And if it's true what he said, 60% of young people said they'd rather have TikTok and they give up their right to vote. Wow. Not mad at that at all.
That is sad.
Well, you have to be honest, Gary. You have to be honest. Young people don't see the value in it. Fair enough.
Well, here's the problem. That's why the young man Vivek is right. You should have to know about civics, and then you'd have a reason and know why you have to vote and what people had to do just to get the vote. Everybody's pro this, pro that, and forgot that what you had to go that you can even say pro this or pro that. And without civics, you would have never got to do that.
Yeah, I would agree, but at the same time, people don't really get what they want when they vote. They don't get it. And I can't really be mad because I don't know if you've really got what you wanted when the votes come. What I think is this. Ultimately, Republican win or a Democrat win. If you're a Republican, you get your 4 years or 8 years, and then it's their turn. And they'll roll out laws, and then it's their turn, they go unwind your laws. And then when it's your turn, you're going to put them back on or unwind theirs, and the game goes back and forth. And hopefully you stack the deck, you put some Supreme Court justices, you bring a whole bunch of federal judge, like all that kind of stuff. You start doing stuff like that. But outside of that, that's all the cycle seems to be. And young people are noticing that, and they don't believe that their vote has any actual impact. And it's within reason.
Well, I think what most young people are missing, the general election is fine. What civics teaches about your local elections, which actually really affects you. The president does not really affect the general person. But what your school board leader does affects you. What your mayor does affects you. What your councilman does affects you. So that's why you have to learn about civics, because everybody's thinking about these presidential or the Supreme Court. This doesn't affect regular people in real life. By the time it gets down to what those decisions they make, that'd be your children's children getting those effects of that. The local, like civics is important because your local politics is more important than any general politics. You want good schools? You put in good people to put in good schools. The president cannot put in good schools for you. Neither can the Congress. But your local councilman can. Your mayor can. You know what I'm saying? That's what civics teach you. Everybody's thinking the general election is something like, it doesn't matter if Trump, Biden, or any one of those guys win. It doesn't directly affect you. That's what I learned about from civics.
Yeah, fair enough. Let's see what else they got to say in this interview.
All right, let's take that to the next level. How about we do something that raises the voting age from 18 to 25, but you still get to vote at 18. Mm-hmm. If you
Whoa, hold on. Let me make sure I heard that right.
That raises the voting age from 18 to 25, but you still get to vote at 18. Mm-hmm. If you just pass that same civics test that an immigrant has to pass in order to vote. And tests aren't for everybody, so be it. Then you at least serve in the military or a first responder role for 6 months. That's my civic duty voting proposal. And the
Oh, that's interesting. I'm
That-
a little irritated by that, but I can't be mad that he proposed something has to change. But he has an indication that young people are somewhat the issue with voting. Do you believe do you believe young people are the issue when it comes to voting? Because it seems like he's singling out younger people.
Of course, because they're the future. Understand? If you don't bring in the young people to vote, like Obama, the last president to do that was Obama. He won by a landslide. If this young man here can bring in young people in to vote, or even to care about their country, the man said 60% would give up voting for TikTok.
Have you ever danced on TikTok? It's pretty fun.
Well, fun don't feed you and don't get you rich.
Yeah, that's true.
You understand? And that's the problem. Too many people having fun, not enough people getting rich.
Yeah, I don't know about this 25 age. Either he's trying to block out younger people from interfering with some of the votes he can get, or he's trying to appeal to older people by freezing out or icing out younger people, or he truly believes that making people learn something will be more effective. I don't know which one is true.
I think he truly believes that people learning things. We're in the information age, young brother, and people know less. How is that possible? How is people from the 70s and 80s smarter than people from the 2020s? That's ridiculous. When they had to go read books. They had to go to libraries. They really had to go search for the information. The information's at the fingertips now. People know less. How is that? You explain that to me, young man.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. It's a very, very good point. I don't know. I think what happens is over time, things become less important, at least to younger people. They find ways to get around it. We find ways to, like they say, if you want anything done quickly or whatever, give it to a lazy person. They always find the most quickest way to get something done. So I think just there are certain things that over time we just didn't value as much, whether it was this part or this part. And so it kind of got weeded out a little bit, but it is what it is. I mean, everybody's going to go to it. So I get what you're saying.
The reason is, I'll actually make a prediction. I think youth voting in this country will skyrocket. After from a very low level right now, it will skyrocket because you value something you actually have to earn. And I think that this is not a left-wing or right-wing point. We all have duties as citizens, right? You know, we aspire to free market capitalism, right? Materialist advance. And that's the life I've lived as well, by the way. My parents came to this country with not a lot of money. I've lived the American dream. I've made a lot of money by building businesses. That's one side of what it means to be an American. But part of it is we also have duties to this country. And I think the more we wake that up, actually, the voting age only became 18 in 1971 in the context of the Vietnam draft. So I just think reviving those ideas is going to be good for us.
So let's prove your point. Nick, our camera guy, do you know the three branches of the federal government?
Over 24, so it don't matter.
But I'm just saying, but nobody knows there are 24. Red, do you know the three branches?
Executive.
Well, I got a test. I would like to see if you're willing to pass, because I believe in just as you believe in civic engagement.
Whoa, did she just challenge him to it? So she wants to challenge him to a test?
This is you're gonna love this, young man. Go ahead.
I thought that's quite aggressive, but I don't mind that you're challenging these politicians because let's be honest, a lot of politicians, they manipulate people and they're always, say the things that make you feel good and all this type of stuff. So it's interesting. But she said, I got a game too. So let's find out what it is.
Engagement. I believe in changing the ideas of what political opponents look like, what they should look like, or political candidates. Are you willing to take a test with me quickly? Because I just have a couple of questions for you.
I will, absolutely. And the way this is opening up.
What does she mean changing the way they look like?
I pro blackity black.
Oh, got it. Well, I didn't want to assume that because I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt because I don't know anything about her. But I will say she got a smug little smirk on her face right now. She believes she is, about to get him good. So we're going to find out if she going to get him good because I'm pretty sure she grew up in the hood. I'm sorry. When it's patriarchy, I always say I'm from the hood. Like, so it's a patriarchy inside joke thing. All right, let's hear what this young lady. Let's hear the game she wants to play.
I have a feeling I'm about to fail it, but that's good. Let's do it.
That's right. Yeah. So just for clarity, I am an independent. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican.
Cool.
I think that's important for the premise of the argument because I know you did a lot of debating at Harvard. It's also, I also want to make it clear these are the same questions that I asked liberal Democrat Marianne Williamson. So I want to make sure that we put that out there as well, just to kind of set the foundation.
I'm open to being humbled. Let's do this.
Okay, great. Let's go. So you mentioned, the pride of being an American and how important it is to have pride in this country. I'm also a veteran, by the way, for the United States Air Force. So when is it that you voted for the first time?
I voted in 2020.
Okay, so you're how old again?
I'm 37 years old.
Ooh, interesting. So maybe, all right, so if he's 37, he voted the first time in 2020. That's 3 years ago. He was 34. Okay, so that's interesting. So he's older. Okay, he was older. He didn't vote for a long time.
Well, you'll see why he didn't.
Yeah. We'll get to that. What MC said? She said Freudian slip. She said political opponent. Yeah, I think she studied him because she said he went to Harvard or he studied debate at Harvard. I don't know if that's true or not, but she might have just threw that in there to mess with him because I think he went to Yale as well, whatever. But it's interesting. She studied him a lot, actually. He's Janae, I don't think he's an immigrant because he wouldn't be running for president if he was. So he's definitely an American. So we understand that he's American because Janae, you can't run unless you're an American. But this is interesting. What is she going to challenge him with?
You're going to laugh.
Oh, man. All right. Let me get to it, man. I don't want to build the suspense, but she better not mess this up. She better not mess this up.
So for how many years you sat around and did not get involved at all in any civic engagement? Is that my understanding?
A long time is the answer. And actually, that's what I wrote this book about. I'm not holding myself out as some sort of model. I'm actually offering myself as a self-reflection of my journey as a citizen to whom this country has given much, right? As an adult, when you have kids, it changes your perspectives. I'm very honest about that. Absolutely.
Okay, no problem. So let's go deeper into the self-reflection. So you've sat around for, and sir, I'm being as respectful as I possibly can. Please don't take anything
and you don't even have to be. And you don't even have to be. So take it off and let's go.
So you.
Oh, he with the smoke.
He good, man.
Smoke. He said, look, she said, she said, I'm trying to be respectful. Why aren't you going to be respectful? What did he do to you for you not to be respectful? I mean, he's built businesses. He's educated. I mean, he's went to one of the top schools in all of the world, argumentatively, right? And what is there for you to disrespect him about? That
he's Republican.
But she's an independent. Why would that matter to her?
Come on. You think she's independent? Ask any independent. Have you ever voted Democrat? Yes. Have you ever voted Republican? Not yet, but I could think about it.
Okay, I got you. No, she's just coming off really, really aggressive as if she doesn't like him. And I haven't seen anything about him that I don't like yet. Other than the fact that he's a politician. It's actually probably a plus that he has not necessarily been doing all this crap for this long, and he probably has more of an open mind or something, because if you have newer beliefs and newer views, you want somebody that's not as corrupted. So this actually might be a good thing. Well, let's see if she's able to. And then he said, take off the gloves. So he ain't running from the smoke, and she ready to attack him. So let's see if she's able to pull it off.
Been sitting around in the country that my ancestors built for about 20 years. Your parents came over.
Oh, she's a blackity black.
I told you.
She's a blackity black. Her ancestors built this country, huh? Oh, wow. What does that have to do with him? He didn't do nothing. He didn't own none of your slaves. He didn't do nothing to your ancestors. Why are you upset with him? Oh my God. Why are you mad at this man who did nothing to your ancestors? He ain't take no money from their pockets. Why do you not even running for president? So why are you telling us your background and we don't care?
It's gonna get good.
No, listen, I don't understand why she needs to do that. If she's questioning him about him, what does her personal this is why things become personalized, because she's introducing personal aspects about her. She's just supposed to be interviewing him. All right. It's her decision to do so. And Blackity Blacks in the chat, I don't care what y'all say. My feelings don't get hurt. You be Blackity Black, go ahead and be so. Ain't my problem.
Over as immigrants brought you over. You made millions, according to your resume, off of this country, and you have absolutely not been involved in civics. One, not voting, and two, let me just ask, because I know you mentioned earlier you don't want to sit around at the debate and talk about accomplishments. Let's make the accomplishments pretty simple. In high school, were you ever a class president or take any leadership role? Because your opponent did, Chris Christie, he was the class president. So have you ever taken any leadership?
Oh, see, nothing about her seems unbiased right now. Nothing about what she's saying seems unbiased at all. She's throwing other opponents in there. She's saying your opponent did this, and that. So she's I'm not sure what angle she's trying to go to with this, right? Is she trying to discredit him? Is she trying to make another candidate look better? Hopefully that candidate is an independent. Otherwise, why would you do so? I don't know what you think here.
I think she's trying to admonish him.
Mm-hmm.
Look at, you stopped it at a perfect space. Look at her face.
That was unintentional.
I know, but it was perfect.
Okay, let's let it play.
At all on anything, or just
can I just correct a couple factual things that are kind of important? My parents didn't bring me over to the country. I was
Okay,
born in this
scratch that
country,
off
and I'm
then.
proud
No,
of that.
He went to smoke early. Correction, my parents did not bring me to this country. I was born here. Correction, young lady. Let the court be known. I is an American.
No, I know you were born here in Ohio.
Yeah.
Ohio.
You know, you mentioned my
I'm
parents.
saying your parents were immigrants.
You said,
My apologies.
And that's all right. You said your parents brought you over to this country. I
Yeah,
thought I
my
would set that
apologies.
record straight.
I mean, they were immigrants, but let's not go down the water hole.
He went to smoke.
Aaron.
Go ahead.
Yo, Aaron, you know what's so hilarious about that is she's doing all this about civics and whatnot, and she doesn't even know the basic idea that the very fact that he can run for president means that he's an American.
He has to be a citizen.
like she's doing all of this and she doesn't even know that. Just pure stupidity, bro.
Hey, look here. She's a Blackity Black and she's an independent. So that's a step in the right direction, because at least she's not.
No, she's not an independent, bro.
No, she already stated she was.
It.
You have to take her face value for it.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it until something slips out. Like my parents, like my ancestors built this country. Until something like that slip out.
Oh, it's coming. It's coming.
You have to hold back just a little bit.
It's coming.
Just not sure just exactly where she stands at. Yeah, go. Who is this? Like, what's her name? Tesla. I'm gonna have to look her up eventually.
Her name is Angry Black Female.
Okay, all right, we're gonna go with that.
The other thing
you were born here in Ohio.
I was born in Cincinnati, Ohio. That's right.
Right. So you've been here your entire life. So the question is, did you take any leadership role in middle school, high school, class president?
I did.
I know you played tennis. What is it? Explain it to us.
Student council. But you know, I think that this is yes, I've held leadership roles over my life, but those don't qualify me to do what I'm doing now.
Yeah, it kind of does. Okay, it kind of does. Well, I'm giving the test. I'm the test administrator.
All right, there you go.
So it kind of does, because when you go from saying I want to go to the highest office,
and I'll tell you, I've led companies as well. Is the other leader?
Right,
the main leadership role I played is and I want to talk about one early part of your premise that I also want to say, bring it to the country point. The other point, you use the word sitting around. You know, I'm not somebody who's saying I want the next generation, my kids' generation, to have more civic duties when they graduate from high school and college than I did when I did. That being said, I wasn't sitting around. I've developed medicines, 5 of which are FDA-approved products today.
Ooh, he with the smoke. Look, you ain't about to disrespect me. I've actually accomplished things in this country, young lady. I've got things approved. Some of the strictest regulations. Interesting. I don't know this
man. And he's only 37, Aaron. And by the way, just a side note, before people start talking about how unreliable the FDA is, right? This is pre-COVID, okay? The FDA only changed their tune in terms of approvals in the process for the COVID jab, right? Prior to that, it's a very rigorous and strict and complex process for people to get medicines approved. Like
very much.
So like all the stuff that he was working on was way prior COVID.
Well, I'm just impressed. He's actually really smart. So I already peeped that from the jump because he before he lets her lead with a narrative, he counters early. He doesn't let it simmer too long. So she said he was sitting around doing nothing. That's a lie. We both know that. It's like that's not one. You don't graduate from Harvard or you're sitting around doing nothing. So that's the first lie. And he said it. What does me having leadership roles in middle school or high school prepare me for the highest office in the land? And she said it does, as if she actually knows. That's why I'm confused. I don't know this woman, right? But at minimum, if you're going to tell somebody that you know what it takes to run the highest office in the land, your background better come with that actual thing, and you don't have it.
She was a veteran, though, Aaron.
Oh,
she signed up for the Air Force, so she's a veteran. She knows more than this dude that made life-saving drugs. You know, what I mean, she knows what leadership is. Oh, don't worry, her story's coming. You're gonna love it.
You're right. No, her story ain't gonna be coming because she's interviewing him. It should be about him. He's the candidate, not her. All right, we're gonna let it play. We're gonna let it play.
One of which is a life-saving therapy in kids, 20 of whom die by the age of 3 if they're not treated, 70% of whom now live lives of a normal duration.
Whoa. Yeah, that sounds pretty qualifiable to me. He's saving lives.
He didn't even, in this interview, Aaron, he doesn't even mention the fact that he also he didn't create it, but he actually acquired a company that was creating a drug for people with Alzheimer's, right? And actually help push the drug through to help people with Alzheimer's, right? Which again is helping like elders, etc. So this man has actually produced like real life-saving shit.
Like, do you understand that what he's done, it takes people their whole life to accomplish? Like, people don't really understand that. Like, there are people that haven't done these things and today in their 60s because they've been fighting so long, developing so long, research for 20, 30 years to finally get it approved. So it's interesting how much she is already against him from the beginning. It's interesting. And if you guys are wondering why I stopped the video, is because when you're reviewing content, like some people sometimes stream my live stream while we're live, and it's just all my content. They don't break it down, they don't review it. And so that's why I'm stopping and pausing and breaking down the conversation. So take it what you want, but y'all can be mad, but I'm sorry, this man is pretty accomplished, whether you like it or not. You can show your bias, but so far so good.
Another one for prostate cancer. So I don't apologize for making contributions, but
right. Well, I don't want you to filibuster that because that's not the question that I asked, and I don't consider as a veteran. I'm talking about service. I'm not.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The man said he made life-saving drugs. Oh, don't filibuster.
So just to be clear, I want to make sure I comprehend very well. You that served in the Air Force, right? You get to present your experience, right? You get to present what you done, and you tell him he did nothing. He laid around and did nothing. When he counters it and says, I have done something, you say that's a filibuster.
That's not just something, bro. Like he created life-saving drugs for people with prostate cancer, for children, right? He worked on medicine for people with Alzheimer's. This man, I don't know if you know this, Aaron, he also is the founder of Strive Capital, right? Which is competing with BlackRock. Yeah. This man's only 37.
Yeah, no, he's really sharp. And the thing is, she's not even manipulating very well. She doesn't even compliment him. She doesn't say, oh, wow, I had no idea you've done such amazing things like that. So that part shocks me. It's like, at least do that. Like, you coming across as very biased in the sense of you dislike him. And maybe eventually it's going to come out why. Because at this point, I'm not sure what he's done to make her so aggressive towards him and trying to trip him up or whatever. But maybe just her dislike for politicians. We'll see. We'll see.
not talking about what you
Civic
did for
service.
profit. I'm not talking about what you paid people to do with
Yeah.
your
So
company. I'm not talking about
I've not served the country
because that
in the way
means
you have.
nothing to me.
You do
What I'm
realize
talking,
she
what
hasn't
I
been
am,
able to ask a question. She's been trying to
Go
ask
for
a
it.
question,
Yeah.
and you've been talking over her.
I'm
and
all ears.
We gave you the platform to let you say
Seems a
what
little
you said.
defensive.
I'm all ears.
Whoa. So they trying to check him for responding? Whoa. You know what? I think they're still upset because the last time Hillary came on and she talked about the Tabasco sauce or whatever, they got roasted for that. So I think they're being overly aggressive trying to counter what happened previously. Because I mean, honestly, they're having a conversation. She can ask questions, but at the same time, he has a right to respond, especially if he knows she's trying to paint a narrative that he doesn't want to let to be presented. I don't have a problem with that, but it's fine, DJ. I can understand why you're trying to support her. I understand why you're trying to challenge it, but I just think that was a little crazy for him to get involved that aggressively. But respect, it is his freaking radio show, so I respect it. Shout out to the is it Afai Kingdom International Kings? Salute Town Business. Much love to the panel chat. We appreciate you. We just reviewing somebody trying to let this person know that they're not good enough to be the president. So that's what so far that's what we've noticed. Let's get to it.
No, I was just correcting a couple facts.
She hasn't had a chance to
that's
ask a
all.
question yet. Every time she tries to ask a question, you've been cutting her off. Good,
I'm all ears.
right. So your question, so my question again is, you're trying to, your goal is to raise the standard, and you're saying you want people to believe in country, and you want people to have civic engagement. And sir, I just find it very telling that you haven't had any civic engagement at all, and haven't been at all. And when I say sit around, I don't mean you haven't done anything. I'm talking about in regards to service, because one thing about political office, the same way that you want to change how people look at politics and look at this country, I want to change how people look at politicians. And when I see that someone hasn't did anything at all to be of service to mankind, to take a leadership role. It's not good enough to just be on city student council where you're a leader. All of that applies. Have you been able to get anybody in the room at any time, from a high school gymnasium to Ohio, Republican leadership there, to now? Have you been able to get anybody in the room to believe in this vision? I don't agree with a lot of your vision statement, but I do know you've been going around having these discussions and getting everybody emotionally worked up to talk about vision and debate. But I want to get to the practical. You're trying to go from preschool to president of the United States. You're skipping over city council, county council, mayor, governor. You want to go straight to the top. So my question is this a PR? Is this for the PR, the perception of reality? Or can you point to any leadership where you've been able to get people to believe in what you're talking about that they're not paid to do on any of these vision statements that you have? If not, then to me, it's a moot point, because you're
I actually agree with her right now. What she's saying is a fair question. Is
wrong?
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Wait.
He just had to say one thing.
Gary, let Aaron finish.
I'm sorry, my bad.
Right now, in this moment, this initial question, when she said you have not served in any office, you have not have no civic duty all the way up to this point, and you want to jump past being a mayor, being any government official, any leadership positions in civic service, and you've been hyping people up on emotions. I'm not saying she's right. I'm saying if she's presented that way and that's what it's saying, I think what she's saying right now is a valid question. Why do you want to go? You think you get to jump to the highest office in the land, no civic duty, none of these things done. You've been laying around, not adding to your country in this way, and now you want to come across as if you want people to add to this country, have civic duty, and all these things. It's actually a reasonable question. Actually, you guys don't think so?
So here's why I disagree with it, Aaron. For one, first of all, once you continue, I think you're correct that once you listen to more of this, you're going to see that that's actually very disingenuous, right? It seems reasonable up front, but then the more you listen, you realize that's not really the goal. But if we actually attack the question that she's getting at, is that the issue with her statement, or I guess the implication of what she's saying, is that there's not one single way to serve your country, right? So she's framing it as, unless you did these specific things, you have not served America. But when this man has created jobs, okay, thousands, tens of thousands of jobs, right? He's created, he's innovated, right? He's created innovation. He's, generated a massive amount of wealth for tons of families across the United States, right? He's built something for himself, et cetera, et cetera. Like, this man is the American dream, right? For all intents and purposes, this man is the American dream. He has served this country in his way, right? Now, he may have not been in politics, but guess what? That's a big part of the problem with the system today, is that a lot of these people are career politicians. So they just know how to be politicians. This man's coming with a vision that's driven by his background. And actually, he's humble enough to admit, listen, I wasn't active politically. And I think that's a problem. And one of the reasons why now I'm getting more engaged is not only do I want to help more and more Americans become more active, I want to make this a thing that becomes part of the American identity, right? So she's trying to frame it as this is the one thing you're supposed to do to make you as in terms of service to your country. And also, Aaron, just one more point. We cannot pass by the fact that this woman is interviewing a presidential candidate, okay? And she said hasn't did, okay? She said hasn't did. She's saying mute. The word is moot, right?
Moot.
You can't even you can't even speak proper English. Who the fuck decided to let this chick interview a presidential candidate who, by the way, actually has a chance? Like where he's at right now at his campaign, around the same time when Donald Trump was running, right? It's the same way they weren't paying attention to him. It's the same way they were pretending like he was not relevant, right? Whereas right now he's actually getting his campaign is gaining up steam, etc. So imagine you have the opportunity to actually interview a presidential candidate, and she's wasting precious time on bullshit.
Okay. Yeah.
Can I save you guys one time, because that's a nice long talking there, brother. He could have simple kill her with this. Donald Trump was president for 4 years. He did no politician jobs. He was no mayor. He was no senator. He was nothing of that.
The problem with that is unless you want to be tied to him, it's a bad thing to present. You don't want to directly associate yourself with that name unless it's beneficial. And I don't know anything about his candidacy up to this point as far as do him and Donald Trump get along? Would it benefit him to align that name in his talking point? I would argue it doesn't. And at this point, he needs all the support he can get. And so I would have not said that. But I'm obviously not a polished politician, but I would have not offered that view. So,
no, but that view there proves whatever she just said.
No. Listen, that doesn't mean he's listen. He has by default the qualifications to run for president, right? But she's saying what actually makes you qualified to do this is she's challenging it deeper than just the fact of you're an American citizen and you're over a certain age and so you get to run. She's challenged it to the aspect of, okay, what makes you qualified for this civic service position and all these type of things? It's within reason up to this point. And I think it's a fair question up to this point, because I believe that politicians do manipulate. They do use emotions. They do use other things to try to gain momentum. And so right now at this point, because I don't know anything about her. I don't know anything about him to a certain degree. And so I'm critiquing exactly what's happening in the moment. And I believe 100% this is a very fair point for her to ask. How he goes from here will determine if he's prepared to have this type of intellectual back and forth. Not saying she's an intellectual or he, but this back and forth, this sparring event, which we're watching. So it's fair.
But Aaron, your very point is that he's not really a politician in the first place.
Yeah, no.
Good one, John.
Yeah. Oh no, fair. Listen, fair enough. I don't know her position of what type of politician she does and doesn't like and who she supports. She hasn't really let that slip out yet. So that's why. I don't know. All right, let's get back to it.
You're holding a standard that you haven't met yourself.
So if you're only going to count government service, you're absolutely
no, not government
right.
service. Okay. Student council in the 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th. Were you a leader? Did you do anything to rally anybody? Did you fight for better lunch? I did in the 6th grade with Miss Harris. Yeah. I'm not talking about government. I can go all the way back from the 5th grade every year, sir, because people who are in service to this country, if you're going to go around saying you want people to believe in this country that I signed up to die for, then I want to make sure that you're holding that same standard. So not government, not political. Let's not get it confused. Yeah. I'm saying, have you did anything of service that we can point to say he is a good leader? Like Chris, and I'm not even a fan of Chris Christie, but he was the student council president in high school. So have you done anything of service besides yourself that has not benefited yourself? It's just a simple question.
So the acts of service that I have performed are small, so small that I don't even want to talk about them to boast. But yes, have I volunteered for this country? Yes, I have. I've always been interested in healthcare.
It's okay to talk about the small things.
I mean, these are small things, right? But thank you.
No, let's just mention
Bethesda North Hospital.
Really a no?
No, it's not a no. It's just something I don't like boasting about. I
well, we're not boasting. It's an interview. You're boasting on your vision and everything else.
I think
you boasted on the millions of dollars that you made. So let's just throw it out. So in 6th grade, I'll give you an example. I'll help you out. In 6th grade, Miss Harris was let me give you an example because maybe you're confused. In the 6th grade, Miss Harris was snatching papers from everybody in the classroom. So me as a 10-year-old, I went to the principal and said, I'm tired of Miss Harris snatching papers. And I organized the students around getting Miss Harris to stop snatching papers. Now, there was a consequence for that. I got got suspended for 5 days for talking back, and I got in trouble, I got a spanking, and I was on punishment for months and months. But that is a simple way of organizing people. So I want you to kind of boast about it the way you did the millions of dollars and said what you did with the drug, the pharmaceutical companies.
You're gonna
What
pause
leadership
this,
can you
Aaron.
point to?
Aaron, you gotta
rally
stop,
anybody
right?
around anything that is of service that you did not pay anybody to do. I think that's important for the
I
next
think
president.
Aaron's done.
I'm trying to find a point to where she gets to, man, I'm trying to be as
Objective.
open-minded, unbiased, etc. And I'm probably the most, as you guys have seen a lot of it. I haven't seen none of it. But the level of aggression is beyond me. And it gets me to thinking, like, why would people ever want to get an interview by you? I don't have a problem with you challenging people, but the level of aggression is, I don't know.
She talking to him like he's her baby daddy. Like he's her baby daddy or something.
Like he's a child. And this man he's literally graduated from Harvard. And he went to Yale Law. Like this ain't no regular Joe. This ain't somebody that you can be like, do you pay your child support? Like, and then I will agree with her here, although I don't personally, I got you, Chris J. I don't personally believe that you have to serve public office for you to be president. I don't believe that. I think that's the old way of doing things. I think that's the old boys club and all that. But she's right to center him if she wants to make him look bad. She's right to center him to the point of, have you done anything in a leadership position that you haven't benefit financially? Have you just done something that has benefited others without a financial gain? I think that's a fair question. I wouldn't care, because I think you should be handsomely rewarded for creating things that benefit the world and benefit your country. So I don't necessarily have a problem with that. So I thought her question is fair. She reiterated her question, fair again. The problem is she interjects her own personal experience again to try to make this conversation. I think that's a bad part.
So Aaron, the thing is, Aaron, is that I agree with you. You know, he should be pressed. And I actually, that's why I've been listening to a lot of his conversations with various people, and they press him on different topics. And they can actually be quite successful at, you know, engaging in debates with him. A good example is like Tim Cass did an interview with him. It was very intriguing. Reason did an interview with him, very intriguing. In fact, there's another Black woman I actually really like. It's actually from yesterday, I think. She did an interview with him. Her name is Christy Kelly. Her name is Christy Kelly. She did an interview with him, and she actually is not like, she has opposed. She's a libertarian. She's more libertarian leaning, conservative. And she had some, you know, disagreements with him, and she actually went to one of his events and actually sat down with him, and they recorded it, and it was a dope conversation. I don't agree with her on a lot of things, but like, she was able to challenge him and not be and not live up to the angry Black woman stereotype. You know what I'm saying? Like, she did it very gracefully. And I enjoyed seeing her press him. It's like, especially on some race related issues, right? She did a good job. But this woman just, I mean, she's acting like somebody shit in her cereal. Like it's really bad.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, I'm gonna interject just real quick. Ted Trigger wrote the interview. Here's why. I'm actually going back over to the last president candidate that she interviewed on the Breakfast Club by the name of Maureen Williamson. She didn't have the same smoke. The reason why is because she actually likes the woman and she agrees with some of the things that she represents. Now, when it comes to this gentleman's name, I cannot pronounce his name to save my life. You have all this bitterness for him. If you don't rock with him, you don't respect him, that's cool. But to be this ignorant, this disrespectful to somebody that doesn't have to be there, y'all, I'm pretty sure you guys reached out and invited him there. Nah, the way I said, you ruined the interview, and not only that, you actually elevated this guy into a higher position, because I agree, he actually watched the entire Breakfast Club. This is the second time that I can recall in Breakfast Club history that they got watched by a candidate.
Well, look, this is what I want to request. We're going to break things down frame by frame, right? Try to remain as unbiased as you can.
And for the record, I saw this interview in full when it was released, so I seen this before you guys reacted to it.
We hear the bias all in your voice, but I'm an unbiased person because
this guy here.
I haven't seen this interview either yet, so this is all new to me.
Fair enough.
I could tell they
Yes.
invited him on to sandbag him already.
I will say this: it seems like she went to the Roland Martin School of Journalism, though, the way she attacked
Facts.
Hey, that's one for Angry Snowman.
She's a paid.
Facts.
She's doing her job very well, sandbagging him.
Well, I want.
So Aaron, when did asking a man for or asking any candidate, man or woman, to qualify why they're even how are you even fucking qualified for this position? When is that a bad thing again? Like, when did that become a bad thing?
It's not what she's saying, it's how she's saying it, bro. Let's just be real.
No one's saying it's a
It's
bad
how
thing.
she's saying
Nobody,
it, bro. Come on.
absolutely.
Oh, so it's
absolutely,
now it's her tone.
Absolutely
You niggas.
nobody. Wait. Yes, it is her tone. This is
100%.
Wait, hold up.
Y'all
Wait,
told
hold up.
Nothing was wrong with her tone though.
It's disrespect, bro. The bitch disrespectful, fam. And that's
No matter who the fuck he is.
For me, it has nothing to do. For me, it has nothing to do with her tone. It has everything to do with whatever answer he's giving isn't good enough for her. Whenever he says, I did this, that, and the third, she says, oh, well, you didn't serve in the military like me.
Well, yeah, bro.
Oh, you didn't do student council in the 8th grade. Like, what are we talking about?
I mean, if I get a chance to respond without everybody yelling, then I get a chance to respond, right? I know niggas act like females these days. There's no real distinguish. Like, men and women had a conversation
And just
the same
talk
these
and
days.
stop acting their ass,
So,
man.
at the end of the day, I could have talked if you bitches never fucking interrupted me. Ani, to address your point, right? At the end of the day, bro, it's like she didn't say anything disrespectful. She asked a very simple question. You went from being a high school teacher, whatever the fuck. We don't give a fuck about all the stuff that makes you money. What have you done in a leadership position? He have yet to say that.
Well, respect. If I could,
what has he done in a leadership position?
What he say he was doing in college?
Wait,
He was student council.
That's what he said. That's correct.
That's what he said. He said I did student council in high school, in college. The bitch didn't want to hear it. The bitch didn't want to hear it, bro.
Yeah, she blew that off.
So he was the leader of a student council board. That means he can run the United States of America.
Bro,
No, but maybe hold on there. Maybe him developing life-saving drugs.
About teachers snatching papers, bro. Come on, fam. What is
Maybe developing a life-saving drug might tell you that he's got some.
So if I find a woman with the same qualifications, life-saving drug, bullshit ass college shit, she can run for president too, right?
Bullshit. Whoa, hold up.
Well, she's already vice president.
Find her
right
if
now,
you
bro.
can.
Hold up, Gary.
Go ahead and play the interview, Aaron. You good? Go ahead and play the interview.
Gary, hold up real quick. This man built multiple multi-billion-dollar companies from scratch, and he's only 37. He's created tens of thousands of jobs. What the fuck you mean leadership?
For a motor company too.
Actually,
Like,
a better question
what the fuck
is.
you mean? What the fuck you mean leadership?
She said what the fuck
How many
she meant.
jobs? How many
She said
jobs
what
have
the
you?
fuck she meant.
How
How the
many
fuck do you
jobs has
niggas
she
not
given
understand
somebody?
it? She
Alright,
said what
guys,
type of leadership she was fucking looking for. No, bro, don't interrupt me. Let me say what the fuck I gotta say. She said what the fuck she was looking for, right? So if she wanted to go and look for a rich nigga, she's in New York City. She can go on Wall Street and find a billionaire to run the fucking country. That's just it. But what else are you doing outside of just that?
He just said
No,
student council. He said he was in student council. He said he was in student council, bro.
Respectfully, what she's actually stated that she's looking for is a politician. And if you want my opinion, the American people right now are tired of politicians.
That's exactly.
They're
right.
looking they're looking elsewhere. They don't want someone that's went to college for political science. They don't want a career politician. They want someone that's a blue collar guy that is actually in touch with blue collar America, with middle class America. That's what people are looking for. And I'm gonna be honest with you, you're going to start seeing more and more of these type of people come and start running for these offices, and they're going to start winning.
Well, Snowman, we did. I mean, I don't know how old everybody is on the panel. I'm 51. I'm probably older than everybody here. You guys remember?
Thank you.
Ross Perot. If you guys go back,
I remember Ross Perot, man.
He wiped the floor with George W. Bush and Bill
Dude,
Clinton.
if he could have actually held steadfast and wouldn't have been such a wimp about it.
Couldn't, because they squeezed him out of all the debates. They didn't ask him any questions, and he still got 19% of the vote.
Hey, can we let Aaron finish the video?
Yeah, no, we'll get back to the video. I just want to make sure I read the super chats real quick while I have small times in between. MC says they tried to do Angela Stanton King like that too, but she stood her ground and made them look bad.
And that's the first person that watched the Breakfast Club. That was the first politician that watched all three of them.
All right, the Breakfast Club got washed. All right, calm down. They got washed out. I don't know that yet. So Perry Unlikely says, under the premise, that means that all the blacks that are celebrated during Black History Month didn't serve this country. She's disingenuous. Sugar Bum, who got the mask on, mask, all that, and I unblocked her after GBG gang got rid of her for 2 shows. I unblocked her. She says, Aaron is biased against Black women when I love Black women. How you gonna say I'm biased against Black women when I
should have kept her block?
I love Black. No, I can't do that because then she gonna really think I don't love Black women. Then it's gonna be a whole battle. But yeah, no, I'm sorry. I love Black women. And one Queen Lady, he says, why is she undermining this man? Who knows? Look, I will say this, right? Because hold on. It's one thing that I have to acknowledge that I did identify. Dirty Dude says she's asking, what have you done civically? Yeah, we understand that part. So she said, I want to ask you this question or play this game. And he said, I'm down for it. And then she said, I'm trying to remain respectful. And he said, you don't have to. So because he says she don't have to remain respectful, it is within reason for her to be actually disrespectful. I'm not saying she actually has to accept that offer that he gave, but he did say she didn't have to be. And I did hear that. So it is within reason.
But she was already disrespectful, Aaron.
Which is why her tone.
She wasn't necessarily.
Which is why her tone. Nothing wrong with her tone, bro.
Nobody has an issue. Like I said, I actually like. I hate interviews where they're just kissing somebody's ass. I like when people get challenged on their positions and whatnot. She started by saying, "I'm going to challenge you on policy." She has not mentioned a single policy, right? So when she's asking him whatever question she's asking him, first of all, she clearly is not actually looking for an answer. She's trying to corner him. It's very obvious what she's doing. She's trying to corner him. Second of all, again, there's a level of decorum that you gotta have. This is a presidential candidate. This is not your cousin. This is not your bestie. This is a presidential candidate. Imagine if this man wins the election and you realize you had the opportunity to actually interview this man prior to winning, right? And you fucking fumbled it. You fumbled it because you were acting like an aggressive, angry Black woman instead of sticking to the point, not the attacks. Like even the little shots she's throwing about, the money he's made and all that. Why is that necessary?
Right.
If I had
none of that shit necessary. Talking about your mama brought you over here to America, and he clearly said that he was born in America. Like this bitch just being disingenuous, bro. Come on, fam. Y'all niggas need to see this shit, bro.
If I had the opportunity to interview a presidential candidate, bro, I would have been up the night before. No matter what side, the night before preparing, right? Preparing questions, making sure I understand their background, making sure I can ask real substantial questions. Exactly. Not sitting here arguing over what the fuck you did in middle school, right? That's retarded.
Well, and to add to JB's point that he made
earlier,
he
brought up what he did in middle school. If he had any recent shit to say, he would have said that. She didn't bring that up.
He never brought up nothing. She did.
He brought that shit up. Aaron played
the video. No, he did not.
She brought that shit up. She's the one who brought up middle school. What are you talking about?
Well, just to add to what JB was saying earlier, though, to be honest with you, I mean, if the man's really as accomplished as he is, obviously he has leadership skills because you have to be a leader and have leadership skills in order to have accomplished all the things that he's already done.
Correct.
But she specifically said she don't give a fuck about that, basically. You get what I'm saying?
I mean, you do realize running the country is pretty much the same as running a business.
Right? She's moving the goalposts. It has nothing to do. This conversation has nothing to do with actually having a solution or an actionable item. She just wants to make him look bad. It has absolutely.
So Angry Snowman, are you saying that anybody? Angry Snowman, are you saying anybody that runs a business that makes a fortune qualifies to be president?
I think anybody that's got the determination and the drive is qualified to run as president.
Donald John Trump.
I mean, plain and simple. I mean, look at who's running the country right now. We have a baked potato sitting in office running the country.
Listen, the thing is, it's not even about the money this guy has. It's the fact that he's actually created real impact, right? We're not just talking about the fact that he has created multi-billion-dollar companies. He's created those companies while also saving American lives. You cannot throw that under the bus. This man has saved American lives across the board, from children to elders to senior citizens, right? He has contributed to that, right? You cannot throw that under the bus.
That's facts. That's facts, brother.
He's arguably the most accomplished candidate up there.
I just don't understand why everybody is so determined to continue having these same career politicians that we've seen over and over and over again. I mean, most of us are in our 30s and 40s. We've sat and watched Democrat, Republican constantly back and forth, the whole back and forth battle our entire life, and nothing's gotten better. Everything's progressively gotten worse. So obviously it isn't something that's wrong with the people. It's the politicians. It's these career politicians. They don't have America's best interest in mind.
But and also, Aaron, real quick before you play the video, I heard your point and I heard Gary's point. I will use the Donald Trump as a reference of I didn't need to do none of that shit that you asked me, Tez Figueroa, but the previous president did. And here's some of the accomplishment, whatever those are, on how the country elevated. So with that being said, what you're asking me makes no damn sense. It's irrelevant to me running for president. So why don't you ask a better question and get out your feelings?
Chris, you're too honest.
To be president. Doesn't say anything about running for city council or the Glee Club or the debate club. Doesn't say anything about that.
So I actually think, by the way, I actually think the way that he handled it compared to because I would have not handled it with the grace that he did, to be honest with you, right? So I think the way that he handles these type of very hostile, discussions, I think he actually does it really well because in the end, right, anybody with more than 10 brain cells can watch this interview and say, yeah, she looks retarded, right? So he doesn't need to actually make it clear himself. He could just let it roll, let her do the dumb shit she's doing, and by the end of it, everybody can see it. And if you look under that video, Aaron, pretty much every comment under that video is like, this chick looks stupid, right? Every comment, because everybody sees it. And so I like the fact that he handles it with grace. He doesn't, because Trump would probably throw some shots, and we like Trump because he's entertaining, right? Trump is entertaining. We like Trump because he's entertaining, but I like the fact that he did not take it there, and instead he just handled it with grace and he kept it moving.
Now, Aaron, real quick, did she mention that she was an immigrant or her parents immigrated?
You're muted, Aaron.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Did she say that she herself was an immigrant?
She hasn't got to that point yet.
Because I think she mentioned something about either her being an immigrant or her parents immigrating, and then he came out and said, "Well, I was born in this country."
No, she said his parents brought him over to this country. Her parents ancestors were slaves. She said.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she said her parents has quote sweat equity in the country.
Yeah, that's what she said.
No, that's funny.
Yeah. I don't know why my Cash App is not loading, but my text messages are coming through, and so I will read them until they get done properly loading. Somebody said, GBG gang, get that simp out.
Gang. GBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The snipers you waiting outside for that air. Mike ain't sit up, and I know they gon' blast.
So yeah, they hit him with the 50 ball, and then they hit him with the 20 ball.
Damn, he going all night.
I know. No, I'm just letting you know. Once it loads, I show it because I always.
It's hard out here for a simp.
It's just not loading right now, but it's going on text message. I'm not going to show anybody, private information. Y'all know me, but I will get to it when it comes to that. Let's get back to the video because I do think right now she asked a fair question. What he's done civilly. I do think the problem is that she said it could be anything, and then when he brought stuff, she didn't like that. So that's the only problem so far. But let's make sure we figure out, give her a chance. She might got something for us. We don't know.
Sure. So
let me pull it up. Hold on. Let me pull it up. There we go.
I've always been drawn to healthcare. That's why
to do. I think that's important for the next president of the United States.
Sure. So I've always been drawn to healthcare. That's why I ended up founding companies in that space. When I was in high school, part of what drew me into it was that I was a volunteer at a local hospital. I actually became the leader of that group of volunteers that actually discharged women who had recently given birth. That was it. Nothing big to it.
Did you do anything we can point to stand out?
But I want to say something about that because I say that in the book.
What?
If I'm being really honest, why did I do that in high school? A part of the motivation, I'll be just brutally honest with you, was part of the motivation was that's actually what allows you to get into a good college when you graduate.
Right. So it was about you.
So there was about self. So and I'm admitting that in a way that very few other people do. But I got to be honest about it. That was a big part of why I did it.
Yeah,
when
it
I
was about
graduate.
self, and I'm going to be honest, and I'm going to give it back to the guys. I'm going to be honest about it with you. Leadership is not about self.
I agree
And
with you on that.
What I just heard is that everything is about you. And to be honest with you, this is just a PR campaign, sir. To be honest with you, and I think you're trying to go further to the right because you want the Republicans to accept you as a man of color. And I think the only way you think you can do that is to be so extreme with your positions. And I think you need to do a little bit more work in service. I'll give it back to you guys. You failed the test, by the way.
Because she asked me a question.
Bro,
I would
bro?
strongly
Who is he going
argue
in?
the contrary.
From the DNC for
He
that.
going in.
But see, the
Bro,
thing is,
who
she isn't
is
asking
this?
any
This-
actual
this-
relevant
this chick is
questions, though, if you
professional.
want my opinion. She isn't asking him about any policy that he might want to try and run.
Nothing.
She isn't asking him about any of the things that he might try and change,
Right.
like his opinion on the issue with the corruption and the CIA and the FBI right now. She's not asking him anything that's actually pertinent to what the American voter is talking about.
Yeah, they brought him on the sandbag.
Yo, Aaron, remember when I did that show?
Yeah,
and I
yeah,
talked
fuck
about
that
how-
black bitch. She ain't nothing.
This is a
Aaron,
case
remember
of
Go ahead, Omni. My bad.
this is a case of niggas that sound smart to dumb people.
I almost said his name.
She's not asking anything pertinent, nothing that I would actually want to know or hear about. She's not asking anything that this is crazy, man. She just wants to make him look stupid.
Plan,
and she in turn is looking stupid.
She didn't ask anything.
Hey, see, listen, I'm about to be a coon right now. I'm gonna let you know something, bro. Most black people don't give a fuck about substance. That's it. See,
They don't.
Aaron, listen, Aaron, remember when I did my show and I talked about how black people are politically stupid and I got so much pushback for it, right? This is what I'm talking about right there. Just dumb, just politically dumb. Here you have the opportunity to ask this man questions of substance. And this is why Democrats look at y'all like retards. This is why they look at y'all like retards, because they understand all they got to do is provide symbolism to you, right? Just say some things that poke at your emotions, your feelings, and that's it. That's all they need, right? They don't need anything else. So she goes on about middle school, and nobody gives a fuck about that. I want to know, what can this man do for my country? What can this man do for the average American right now, for the economy? We want to know, how can we make America greater? Right? That's what we want to know. Nobody gives a fuck about what this man was doing in middle school.
Yeah, what's he going to do about rising inflation costs, man? What's he going to do about, the skyrocketing taxes? What's he going to do about this debt ceiling that is constantly always being raised every 2 years, and this budget that's out of control?
But see, everybody,
that they sent to Ukraine. All
of y'all missing it, because her core demographic, the people that she quote unquote serves, they don't care about none of that because they're likely on welfare, not, you know what I'm saying? So they're not
they need to care about it because you know what?
You're being a racist, Omni.
I know I'm being a racist.
But
I don't give a damn.
they should
no,
care
I'm
about
saying
that because all the things I brought up is going to eventually affect their welfare.
Right.
Yeah, but they
Bro,
don't
listen,
know that.
here's another thing, right? They could have asked him, she could have asked him about even simple questions like, what do you think AI is going to have? What type of impact do you think AI is going to have on our society? What are you going to do to make sure you protect American jobs? Like, there's so much stuff of substance, right? But guess what? Again, when you're dealing with black people, you do not need substance. You just need feelings. You just need feelings and symbolism. This chick wasted an entire interview and did not ask a single question of substance. Not one. Right? And it is so disappointing, bro. It is so
everybody
disappointing.
mad at Ice Cube.
Right. She was brought on the sandbag. That was her purpose. She did a good job.
Yeah, bro. She just ignorant, bro. She just an ignorant woman, fam. You know what I'm saying? So just let her be what she be. I like home. You know what I'm saying? Last time I seen this the Mexican from Florida, right?
No,
the president guy, and he the one that's trying to take away the shit from He's trying to
That's DeSantis.
Well, I know she has other questions.
Okay, see, I fuck with Santa. He trying to take away that LGBT shit. I'm fucking with that shit.
Yeah, no, DeSantis is he's in Florida. Hold on. We got some super chats to read, then we'll jump right back to it. Dirty Dude said, I knew you understood it, laughing out loud. I understand the people. B.O.B. says Hillary Clinton said hot sauce in her purse. They still mad about that, bro. They still mad that she said
nobody gives a damn about that.
The Breakfast Club mad that they said that on their platform. That's why they treat this guy like so hostile. At least I think that's one of the reasons.
Christ, Joe Biden said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
Exactly.
Yep. And she wasn't.
And guess what? And guess what? Niggas got up and voted for Joe Biden. You fucking idiots, man.
He
they
said
still
that in
went
the
and
black
voted
church.
for him. That's what I mean. That's
He
what
said
I
that
mean.
in the black
Hold
church.
on. Biden tried to get that that student loan taken away. So he tried.
How did that work out for him?
JB, I resent that.
Really think that was gonna
I'm
go
a
through,
nigga
Aaron?
wholeheartedly, but I voted for the
some
money.
stuff canceled.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Come on, Aaron.
Yeah, 11,000 jobs in the pipe. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm sorry.
Hold on a second. Can I just say something about the student loan for a minute? The student loan thing. He already knew that. Hold on 1 second, JB. He already knew that this promise could never be fulfilled because years ago, Nancy Pelosi in Congress said this has to be a decision by Congress. So the president could not cancel a student loan.
Right.
It was just the okie doke.
Listen, here's how Democrats bamboozle y'all, right? The way they do it is they take the most extreme position that they know is guaranteed to fail, right? And so they know it's guaranteed to fail. So they say, okay, we're going to take this most extreme position. We're going to show that we're so committed. In fact, look how extreme this position is in your favor. But they know politically it will never go through. That's how they get you niggas, right? Start using your brain cells
right now.
Listen, start using your brain cells. It's not illegal to think yet, okay? So start using your fucking brain cells and understand that when it sounds too good to be true, it's probably too good to be true. Okay,
JB.
they know what they're doing.
JB, you know what Malcolm X called them? Political chumps. They're political chumps.
Regardless of the case, they have the votes. All right. So Truckio says, so she fast talking to the Thunder Rats. Get up out of here. She asks anything of substance and then tell him it's all doopy PR. It's a scam. What the hell? I mean, we don't know. I think she got a few more questions, so we're gonna get into that. Biden belongs in a nursing home. People vote for him. Just why? It's politics.
Because you ain't black if you don't vote for him.
That is one of the good reasons. Flo the Raging Bull says all you need is hot sauce and some fried chicken, and bam, you win the black vote. Yeah, technically.
And some weed and Tupac music. And Tupac music.
You guys.
Jay-Z concert and some Beyonce.
You guys need help. All right, let's get back to it. Let's see where we at.
And then you guys said you wanted to hear a response, but I think I heard an expression of opinion. So just I want to make sure you're all done before I respond to it.
No, just wanted to say that even then, I would still want you to point out, even at the hospital, something that you did that made you stand out on when actually taking a leadership role. But you already answered it. You said you did it because it was a motivation to get in college.
Exactly.
Which means
and
it was
I'm being
about
very
you.
honest about that. But
everything has been about you. So as a veteran, it's very hard for me to follow leaders that make everything about them. So you might want to work on that because there's a lot of veterans and Republicans. So you might want to work on that talking point and maybe do some volunteering while you're on the campaign trail. I'm going to give it back to Charlamagne and Envy.
Once I want to be respectful, want to make sure you got everything you wanted to on the table before I respond.
If this was just us, it'd be a lot more.
You guys tell me. I'm the guest on your show. You tell me when I'm good to speak.
Go ahead.
You sure? You sure about that? If we're good.
Yeah, we're sure.
So I think there's a different worldview that we have. And I think the worldview is how one actually makes contributions in a country. I do not believe that there's a separate category of just if you're serving the country and then if you're acting in self-interest, that's somehow sinful or wrong. I reject that vision. To the contrary, I think capitalism is the best system known to man to lift people up from poverty. I deeply respect and I thank you for your service to this country. I'm grateful for it. I haven't served the country in the way that you have. But I think that the way you get ahead in capitalism, how did I develop a multi-billion-dollar biotech company? It was by developing medicines that save people's lives.
A lot of people say capitalism causes poverty.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Okay.
I disagree with that. I think that capitalism demands that you provide something to someone that helps them more than you're actually charging them for it. That's the only way.
That's a business model, sir. That's not
a business
service.
model. I'm not saying
that's not service.
I'm saying it's having an impact on
as
society.
an elected official with service, that's the
That's right. So now I'm moving on. Now I'm moving on to the phases of our lives where we do different things.
This is crazy.
I'm moving straight all the way up to President of the United States.
You know, I don't view it as a hierarchy. I don't view it as a hierarchy. I don't believe in hierarchies. The hierarchy is the way the bureaucracy works. I don't believe in. So we have a difference in opinion.
You also don't believe in service, and that's where we're having a disconnect.
Well, I disagree with you on that. I just disagree with you on that.
I do think it's
Pause this a minute, Aaron.
Voting rights.
This isn't where we're at.
Because look, what I'm getting from this woman is she's saying that she supports people that will actively go out and steal their wealth from the American people, but she does not support someone that goes out and actively creates his own wealth and success.
That's what I heard.
And provide money for other people so they can provide for themselves, right? That's what he's doing, right? Create a job.
Jesus Christ.
This woman's delusional.
Yeah, bro. That's
No,
like I
no,
said.
it's not that,
Sometimes these
Jen.
black hoes get on my
No,
Delusional,
nerves.
man.
being
You guys
nice.
forgetting
You're
what it
being nice
is.
by calling her delusional.
No, that's not what it is. She hates education. He's too smart.
True.
I think
As a black man, I find this very insulting that she's talking to him. I'll be
I
perfectly
think
honest.
I think one
This
of
is
the
why they should
things.
repeal the
Same
17th.
here. Same here, bro.
So
As a
one of
black
the
man.
listen, one of the things that y'all missing is that she says she wants to change how politicians look. But the criteria that she's requesting is old politician criteria. So
Right.
that's the downside so far. So she wants to change how politicians are viewed, etc., how they look and all that. But she's using criteria of how they're commonly identified. So
She just
that's
wants them to
A.
look fly, but be the same.
Yeah, so that part is off. But I'm pretty sure she'll come back with some better questions. You guys just give her an opportunity.
She's
Okay.
not going to.
I'm not
I
going to
love
hold my
her,
breath,
man.
Aaron.
Bro, Aaron, you giving these
Aaron,
folks so much opportunity,
your
bro.
optimism.
Because we don't. Well, I don't know if she is going to come back with better questions. I'm just listening to what she's saying. Now, it's some of the like she's saying that's her criteria. I disagree. I believe in capitalism. I believe this
Right,
is
Aaron, but
probably
that's what I'm saying. We've been listening to her and she ain't said nothing right. You been every time you pause it, you say, well, hopefully she say something better. Let's keep it
no.
going. Like,
It's been getting
come on,
She
man.
progressively
Your
worse.
no.
your
It's getting worse
optimism is
and worse.
sickening.
She has said something right. She said, "I want to know when you were in a leadership position, you've done stuff for people and you didn't benefit from it financially." And for the most part, everything he's done for the most part was a selfish thing or it benefited him financially is what she highlighted.
But
Obviously, we went back to the student council part, which I think is idiotic to sit there and say you served as a leadership in middle school or high school, whatever. It's not a thing to me, but that's the area in which he has some credibility. But outside of that, when you talk to medicine, although what he's done is so very much important, he did benefit from it financially. So if she's trying to cut that out, she did do that.
right,
So
but Aaron,
But name me
he
one
also said
politician
he
that
was,
hasn't
but
personally
he also
benefited from
said
what
he
they've
was
that's
done.
not see, y'all been emotional.
my
That wasn't her question.
okay, but
But
This is
Aaron,
funny.
no, I'm not
but
being
This
Aaron,
is
emotional.
truly funny.
I'm being
Oh, oh,
he
oh,
logical.
oh,
also
okay,
said
let
in
me just say
college
one thing,
he
young
was
fellas.
student. He said he was
First,
part of the student body in college. How's
no,
that not
you
the
wasn't.
same as what she
No,
did in fifth grade?
Y'all
brother,
all
the
missing
man
it.
made life-saving drugs, man. How is that not
Right.
leadership?
But
He
but
made
but
Come
but
life-saving
he said
drugs.
on.
in
And if
college
you
he
get
was
money,
on
why is it a
student.
bad thing to get money for doing what you do?
But even
Shouldn't
if
you get money?
but I get what you're saying. But he still gave her an example saying that he was in the student council in college. You're not getting paid for that. But that wasn't something that she wanted to hear. And like most black women, they just bypassed it, bro. They don't qualify. But he gave her what it is, and he
So
told
the
her, I
thing,
really don't even look at it as because it was so minute. But she go back to fifth grade. At least he was doing
the
something
thing
in
is,
college.
D-Town, the thing is this, is that she's setting up the criteria intentionally so that he does not meet it, right?
That's what
Which
I'm
is a very,
saying.
which is the way that you have a disingenuous conversation, right? So
Disingenuous.
she's not really trying to actually engage this man in any way, like in good faith, first of all. Second of all, the implication that, he's selfish, guess what, bro? In literally in the overwhelming majority of cases, when people do volunteer work, service work, there is a selfish aspect to it, right? Whether it's
I was
you
just about
want
to
to
say that.
whether it is because you want people to see you doing the work, whether it is because you're getting some kind of reputational value from it, some social capital from it. There's almost always some, with the exception of maybe a church, right? Of a church doing community service and whatnot, and even that there's still some value to the church in terms of their reputation, right? Even when people join the army, a lot of people join the military, right? They join the military because of the benefits they can get from it. Now, it's still good that they're serving the country, obviously. Like we're thankful for that, but it's not like this always this very
It's just a
selfless,
volunteer work. You ain't getting nothing from it.
patriotic
Right.
thing. It's that a lot of times people join for reasons regarding education. A lot of people they realize I can't actually get into college, so they go to military. Or some people go for the long-term benefits. There's tons of different reasons why people join. So I just think again, it's a very silly line of questioning, and ultimately, this is what I'm getting at, Aaron, is that it's a waste of time because
Facts.
you have a presidential candidate sitting in front of you. You could actually be asking them real questions of substance. Why the fuck are you wasting time on what he did in middle school?
Right. And
Nah, that's facts. That's facts, Aaron. Come on,
here's
bro.
and also let's play devil advocate. Let's say everything was self for him.
You guys are
What
not doing what I asked you to do. Critique each component by component because you guys come across as flagrantly biased unless you do it point by point. Whether or not you agree or disagree, you have to do it point by point.
Okay, we on you then, Aaron. Go ahead and roll. We on you then, OG. Go ahead.
Because I was gonna say, let's say if it was for selfish reasons, I think that presented opportunity to put him to elevate himself to a form of leadership. And because of that, look at his results, look at his resume, and that answers all of the goofy ass questions that she was asking him. He has
Also,
performed, he has outperformed. And you're doing it for self, but you decided to what is that? 5 medicines that's FDA approved, especially ones that is life saving. What more leadership did you need than that?
Once again, she said when you did not benefit financially, just because you don't care. Her point is her point. If you don't know how to break it down based upon her point, you have to let it go. She's right with her point.
Her point is invalid, honestly, because only four presidents because we want to talk about the financials. Only 4 presidents turned down having a salary during their term as president. Only 4. So to say that there's absolutely no benefit in being the president.
Council in college. We just
Aaron, Aaron. We're not missing your point, Aaron. I guess the difference
you
is
missing
that
our point.
I don't see her point. I actually don't see her point as valid. Is what I'm saying. Now I get what you're getting at. I understand you're saying that we should be objective about it. I am trying to be objective about it, and what I'm saying is that ultimately she's asking him a question and framing it in a way that no matter how he answers it, he'll never give an answer that is satisfactory to her because ultimately her point is to make him look bad, right? Which is very obvious based on how from the jump.
She don't want to answer.
Can I ask the brothers a question?
And quite frankly, who cares?
Hold on there, Chris. Let me ask the brothers a question. Does leadership not start with yourself?
Right, that's where I was going to go with it. I mean,
definitely does, OG. Definitely does.
Is there anybody that we know of that's become part of the political diaspora that didn't start going down the path because it was a self-motivated drive?
Right. Nah, come on, bro. We all right. The leader of the football team is the quarterback. You cannot tell me the quarterback don't have some type of selfishness about himself. Come on, bro.
You're damn right he does. He gets all the girls.
Come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? And with every leader, you get all the glory and you get all the failure, bro. Come on, fam.
Like, why do you think people even sign up or view the office the way that it is? It comes with a certain sense of prestige.
Guys, now this is a very, very good point right here. Aaron, he should have asked her if she did get paid by the military, would she still join? That is a really, really good point.
Oh, that's a great question.
She is setting a standard that she herself is not holding herself to. Like,
well, which is fine because you don't have to, as if you're critiquing somebody that's taking a higher office than you are. It's fair. But because she kept using herself, which I said was a bad idea, it opens her up to be critiqued. And that is a fair question. And I would agree with MC. I would have to agree with her. She's right. I don't think she would have served in the military unless she got paid at all.
Aaron, most of us ain't going to the military if we ain't getting the benefits. What are you talking about, bro?
Nah, I disagree with that. We've had military.
Majority? Bro, we would not have a military if they didn't give benefits.
You're wrong.
No, you're wrong, dude, because after 9/11 there were all kinds of people that signed up.
There are men that will risk.
But Aaron, he's actually right. Even I mean, Aaron, the
really,
really. Wait, Aaron, the military has been having so much trouble recruiting people for like God knows how long now. Like they actually struggle to recruit people.
I agree,
and they have to. That's why they have to keep finding ways to incentivize people. So he's right.
I don't disagree with that part, but what I'm saying is ultimately, right, the reason why we're having trouble recruiting, there's a lot of reasons, but one of the main reasons is because we can do so many things without humans physically having to be on the battlefield now, right? But if we were in a predicament where, if y'all don't join, these people could take us over, we joined it, bro. That's all I'm saying. Like,
Bro, Aaron, and what I'm trying to tell
there's
you in
always been that spirit of
2023, bro, these
patriotism.
kids are picking TikTok before they put on some boots to go fight for the for America, bro. That's what
you're
I'm telling
still
you.
making the wrong assessment. What I'm
Yeah,
saying is, I understand in 2023 because all the advances that we've made, we have other things which we can do military wise, as far as the point of it is, if we
Only
didn't
thing we
have,
got more is modern warfare as far as the guns are more better. As far as foot soldiers,
we got unmanned. Listen.
Right, but Aaron, you're talking about from the military perspective, and what I'm saying is from that very military perspective, right? They are struggling to get people to come in.
That's what we try to tell
now.
you, Aaron.
Okay, all
No,
right.
not just now. This is actually has been an ongoing issue, bro.
Oh, okay, what I'm saying is, I'm gonna try this one more time. If we didn't have the advances that we had, and they was saying, look, we got weapons and we got people, or they coming and taking our country, I'm telling you, we signing up. That's the point.
Absolutely, I agree with you, Aaron. 100%.
Okay, but Aaron, what's the point of bringing that up if you're talking about her? Because that's not why she joined.
I agree. That's why that's
right.
not for her.
Okay, I got you.
So let me just be clear. So you feel like if we go to war right now, 6% of all men in America would suit up and go.
Look, dude, if China and Russia
I'm just
decided they
asking.
wanted to
Yeah,
invade
no, yeah.
America right now, I can guarantee you that almost every able-bodied man in this country would stand up and go to arms.
Right.
Okay. I really
The ones that aren't.
I really want to
cowards.
believe in that, bro.
Okay,
But
okay. What's the alternative then? Once they tell us we don't have enough people to defend ourselves against these countries, what you think people gonna do? Oh, it's cool.
But Aaron, at that point, Aaron,
Aaron.
again, if by law you have to register for the selective service anyway. So if they
they
really
gonna
need us,
draft you.
if they really need us, they're just gonna force us to go.
They gonna draft us like they did the last time when they ain't have enough.
Listen, and the reason why y'all fail with that is because you can just go to jail and not go.
I know that, but we're saying y'all trying to put it like these people are just so American that they just gonna go and do it. No, that's what we're saying. They're gonna, it's gonna be a lot of people that is either you gotta go to war or go to jail. And that's why motherfuckers gonna be going to war. They're not gonna go because they love America.
Do you not remember what happened after 9/11?
Now listen to me. Now this is what I was gonna say. Now
I'm just saying, dude.
I'm with you, Snowman. I think this is Snowman that's talking. I'm with you. Back in the day, it was American pride. I'm even with
9/11 wasn't that long ago.
I get all it, but it was long enough to. This is a whole different generation of people now. OG, that's just real talk. You know what I mean? So these people, these kids, they're not on that. They're not on that American pride like we grew up. Yes, you're right. If something happened, I'm the first. I'm ready to get in the cockpit and do what we gotta do for the red, white, and blue, for the flag. But these kids they don't grow up on that like that no more. They don't care.
And to D-Town's point, some of the latest surveys, Aaron, and polls and whatnot done on this topic have shown that it's under 20% of the younger generation even consider themselves proud to live in America, which is an abomination, bro. That's an abomination.
Once again, y'all tell women all the time, if everything goes to hell and military and they touch down, what's gonna happen? We gonna get back to being women. So once again, I'm talking circumstantial. If it requires us to join, we're going to join. Obviously, when we have the option and choice, and we have and we don't feel no threat. The only reason we act in this way because we feel no threat. We don't believe it's gonna happen. Let that condition change and will change. I don't know why that's so hard for y'all to understand. Seriously.
Let somebody threaten your way of life and you're going to get up off your ass and fight for it.
This is crazy.
That's the only way they're going to get the numbers up.
I got your point, Aaron.
I get what y'all saying, bro.
I agree with that.
Okay.
To JB's point, JB, my brother, he signed up for the military, for the army in 2012. And after 4 years, they stop lost him. They forced him to stay for another 2 years. And, they can only make you stay for 2 more years. After that, when he left, they offered him $40,000 to re-enlist, and he refused because they didn't have the numbers.
Because they didn't have the what, OG? They didn't have
the numbers. They don't have the numbers. They're trying to get people in, and they offered him $40,000 to re-enlist, and he refused.
To be honest with you, the only reason why we will win a war is because of the warfare, as far as like the modern guns and stuff like that.
But we don't fight boots on the ground anymore.
Yeah, but if we had to do foot soldiers, we're done for.
Guys, we're getting too far off base. We're gonna get back to the video, man.
For 18 to 24-year-olds, unless they meet certain qualifications, but you never exercise your rights.
Well, most young people don't, is the whole point. So, Charlamagne, let me ask you a question. Do you think the
largest voter turnouts have been over the last couple of elections?
They still voted at a very low rate, but let me ask you a question. What do you think about high school students being required to pass the civics test? What's your perspective on that?
The one that you proposed?
The one that every immigrant has to pass in order to enter the country. If every high school student has to pass that before they graduate, what's your take on that?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Okay, good. Now let me tell you something about the law as it exists today. Men in this country, not women, but men are required by law to register with the Selective Service, age 18 to 25. That's the draft. We don't have a draft, but men have to register. If you don't, they put you in prison. At least they can. It's a criminal offense if you don't. My view is I would decriminalize that. I don't like the government telling you what you can and cannot do. That's not the American way. But if you want to enjoy the civic privilege of voting, then I think it is perfectly legitimate to say you have to at least know something about the country or have served that country, one or the other. Absolutely.
I absolutely agree.
I think that what do we actually care about, right? What do we can do the personal attack thing. We care
about
the country. We care about the
the
country.
cornerstone of democracy, though.
Voting is the cornerstone of democracy. I have
Well, sir, excuse
that's
me.
right. And you know, here's the thing. Here's the thing that's different
Respectfully,
is,
sir, excuse me, because
He should have never even said nothing to
This is
her.
not a personal attack.
That's okay.
This is you, and I know that as a Republican, you are certainly not soft. So this is not a personal attack.
Yeah,
this
I'm
is
okay with
asking
attacks,
about
too.
this is about asking about your background and how it correlates, how it's relevant to saying you're going to serve this country, because president is actually
So I have been an
serving
open book in the last
No,
3 years.
yeah, I know, and I'm going
Absolutely.
page by page.
And
but
I'm
it's not
saying
an
that I
attack.
have not.
I'm gonna let you finish,
Yep.
but I want to be clear, it's not an attack.
Okay.
Because you've been an open book, but that doesn't mean I have to like what's on the page.
That's fair
But it's
enough.
not an attack. I'm just reading the book.
Yep.
And so when I hear somebody say you need to get
thinks
to
that is
either
clever.
pass this test or do some type of service to the country, and I spend hours looking, you were in the Phi Beta Kappa. Did you have a leadership role in college, the honor roll? When somebody said service as the standard and they've done no service except to themselves, that's a fair question. It's a question. And you
So I've been on the, I mean, look, I was on high school. I was on.
That's a good point again. You want to set this standard.
I do think that's a good point.
After you then got in a position where you don't have to register, you in a position where you don't have to be forced to serve. Now you want to come in and change the standard.
Aaron, I do think that's a good point, but his whole point is that I'm not using myself as a role model. I'm saying I'm realizing that this should be a thing that would make things better for this country, and then it would apply to all of us, right? So I do think like, he's not saying, hey, I did everything right. You know, he's coming with a level of humility and saying, listen, I wasn't active, and by me becoming more active, and I'm realizing now how important it is, right, to be civically involved in, in this country, right? I think we should actually make that something that we tie to your right to vote, right? Because therefore you will appreciate that right a lot more.
JB, and I'm looking at his Wikipedia right now. You know what it says here in Wikipedia for him, Vivek? In 2007, when he was at Harvard, he became the president of the Harvard Political Union. That's what it says. So for her to say he didn't do anything, he didn't have a leadership role in anything, that's disingenuous. And I'm pretty sure she did research on him. I just did it in 2 seconds. And like I said, I believe she's there to sandbag him, period.
No, see, she's saying that he only did that for himself. He didn't do that for anybody else.
No, well, you know what? You got to start with yourself. In order for you to do for others, you got to.
I know. Well, anybody with logic knows that.
All right, guys. That doesn't disprove her question, though. Whether or not she should ask that dumb question or smart question is a different statement. So, like,
no, unfortunately, Aaron, we live in a free country. She has the right to ask whatever the hell it is she wants, even if it does sound retarded.
Yeah, but you know what's worse? Does that even matter?
So I
know. Is that a question that you ask a presidential candidate?
I mean, because look,
I do think it is a good question. I think it's actually a good question. The problem is that I don't actually think she cares for the real answer, right? I think
either.
Again, it's not. I actually think that is a good question. If she was having this conversation in good faith, and she was actually going to let him really dig into his background and whatnot, which it's clear again she's trying to put him in a corner. So there's nothing in good faith about this discussion. But I do think it actually could be a good question. But ultimately, again, she's wasted all of this time. So much time wasted that could have been spent on substance.
It would have been a good question if it wasn't used to basically to interrupt a decent dialogue that was being had with him and the other gentleman. That's the only reason why she opened her mouth. She wanted to basically interject in dialogue that was being had that was actually going somewhere.
Right, because that was so disrespectful. Like, why he shouldn't have even said nothing to her, bro.
He said he doesn't mind the disrespect and he's for it. So
he did, and he did bring that on himself, so he's got to deal with it.
Let it go. Let's get to the rest of it. We gotta let that go.
On high school student council, yes, absolutely.
Were you a leader?
I was a vice president of my high school student council. Absolutely.
Let me get this back on the screen.
Accepted themselves. That's a fair question. It's a question, and you.
So I've been on. I was on high school student council. Yes, absolutely.
Were you a leader? Were you a leader?
I was a vice president of my high school student council. Absolutely. I was the president of the National Honor Society. I can go down the list. It's just that
that's what I was asking you to do.
Absolutely.
Go down the list.
So I was a president of the National Honor Society. I was the vice president of my student council. I was a lead amongst the volunteers at the hospital where I served growing up. I was actually a leader in volunteer research over the summers. From my senior year,
all of that, but you already admitted all of that was to get into college.
Not all of it, but I am admitting it. I think that
I know that's self-service, though. I just do you understand the difference between self-service
and
service?
I think the reality is, and I think we just all have to be
see
more
what I'm
honest.
saying, Aaron?
When many high school students are serving today, not all of them, but I think let's smoke it out. I don't like that structure where we actually mix service with self-interest.
And I don't like the structure of somebody saying somebody need to give service as a veteran. I don't like the structure of somebody going to the highest office of the land and have not served anybody at any time unless it was self-serving. So this is where we just have two different ideologies. And I know you're smart to come here and get into. Yeah, I know that's why we got different perspectives.
Two guys, you got to leave in 5 minutes.
I'll let them wrap up.
Let me just say one thing: here's my vision of the run for presidency, and this is why I say I'm an open book. Is my job is to make sure people in this country know who I am and what I stand for. And I think that very few politicians on either party actually get that job done. So what I say is I'm an open book about who I am and what I stand for. Whether the people of this country want to vote for me, that's their question, not mine. That's their job to determine, not mine. And you're free not to vote for me. I expect you won't, and that's okay. But I'm doing my job in the 3 books I've written over the last year, in the conversation I'm having with you guys, being far more honest than any politician that I know in the last 10 years in this country. And I think when I say we want to fix corruption, you don't know what the first step is? The first step is actually people being honest. So you guys know me. You know what I stand for. I haven't hit back on that. When the people in this country want to vote for it, that's their choice.
Do you want to unite the country?
I do want to unite the country.
So why is one of your marquee campaign proposals making sure black people can no longer benefit from affirmative action?
See, here's the thing.
What was that? I didn't hear that.
Disastrous experiment over the last 60 years. I've seen the impact that it's had. Unlike a lot of other executives, I've had senior executives in my company who happen to be black, senior executives in my campaign who happen to be black. I actually went to a majority or close to majority black school 1st through 8th grade. There isn't a single one of those black kids or black colleagues that could not have achieved everything I have in my life. I firmly believe that to be true. And I have seen the unfair discrimination behind closed doors, the thing that people will say behind closed doors, about somebody who would have had that position anyway, but was unfairly tarred with the taint of saying they got it because of a race-based quota system.
Oh, that's a good point. He's saying that he's been behind the doors of people having these conversations saying they would have possibly got it even if they didn't have it, but it will always linger over them, the fact that they had to go through that affirmative action type of thing is actually a good point. I don't know why black people want to hold on to this affirmative action as if it really just benefits them only. It really doesn't. I don't really care for affirmative action, good or bad. I really don't know if we should do away with it or keep it, honestly. But
get rid of it.
Of course they do.
Aaron, at one point, there was an actual very good need for affirmative action, right? So I think a lot of these things, just like DEI policies and whatnot, what you're going to see is that a lot of these folks, they want to keep racism alive, right? They want to keep this oppression narrative alive. They're not actually trying to fix anything, because the whole point of fixing something would mean that there's an end date, right? There's a time you reach, there's an end state that you reach, and you're like, okay, we have accomplished the goal, right? We've accomplished the goal of at one point, African Americans were not able to get into certain universities, because of actual racial barriers that existed, right? In 2023, you're not living the same life that African Americans were living in 1974, 1975, 1970. And so you're not living the same life. No matter how much you lie to yourself, you're not. So as you get closer and closer to that goal, at some point it needs to end. And ultimately, when you look at the negative effects, right, the pros and cons of this, and you look at the cons is that you're creating a new form of racism, right? Especially when you look at the college admissions, like the Harvard situation, and you look at the fact that Asians were actually being discriminated against. Like, this is not debatable. You just look at the numbers. The Asians were able to prove this quantitatively, right? They were able to prove with actual numbers, Aaron, that you had African Americans, right, that were at the I think at the fourth. I don't have the chart in front of me right now, but basically the best of the Asians, right? They were basically at the same level as the African Americans that were at the, I think, at the fourth decile point, if I'm not mistaken, right? So I'm just saying, ultimately, when you end up creating a new form of racism to supposedly cure racism, that's where you know you've gone too far. You're not actually solving the problem. And to try to pretend like it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter that you're actually actively discriminating against this other group and creating the very same problem that existed that created the need for affirmative action is the very same problem that this has now created for that subgroup.
Well, look, just for the simple fact that we're all men up here, is there anything that you have had given to you that you actually take pride in?
No.
I mean, that in and of itself is all you need to.
Say again, OG. What'd you say?
Can you ask that question?
Is there anything that you've had given to you that you take pride in?
One thing, life.
Yes.
Yeah, life. Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking like all these material things, other
guys,
than the
come on,
obvious.
men want to earn their own.
Life and my kids, really.
All right, guys.
But even that wasn't given to you. You still work.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, you're right.
Let's get back to the video. Hold on.
I think that's unjust to everyone across the board. And I think the right way to do this is actually ensure equality of opportunity, educational access at an early age, which, by the way, we don't have in this country, starting at an actual young age. How about doing that in a way that's agnostic to race? That way we prevent seeing one another on the basis of a color of our skin, but we actually solve the real inequalities that we have when it starts with inequality of opportunity, starting with education. So my view is, I think my approach is actually going to be more successful in lifting up more Black Americans than have been the Lyndon Johnson approach of actually using race-based quota systems.
So the Supreme Court does rule on affirmative action, and they do ban it. Who do you feel it benefits versus who it hurts?
I think that it helps everyone if they end race-based affirmative action in college admissions. I think it will literally help everyone in different ways because it restores merit in the United States. Are we perfect in ensuring equality of opportunity? No, we're not. The fact that kids are trapped by the zip code in which they're born, determining where they go to school, is a problem, which is why I favor universal school choice in this country, which has actually done more to help Black Americans than has any affirmative action program.
What's your thoughts on people saying that you got Don Lemon fired?
I think that the New York Times reported that. I had an open debate with Don Lemon with this. What CNN wanted to do with that is their choice. My view is, though, we need to start saying in public the things that people are otherwise saying in private.
I agree with that.
Wait. Why did he say that? Why did he introduce that you got Don Lemon fired? What's the relevance of that?
It's a question. It's a topic that has been roaming around. So trust me, that question was going to get asked.
It's a way to grandstand, basically. That's all he's doing.
Yeah, trust me, they wanted to ask that question so bad. I'm surprised they didn't leave with that. But trust me,
I didn't know he was responsible for getting Don Lemon fired.
Man, that's crazy.
He wasn't.
I thought Don Lemon got Don Lemon fired.
I don't know.
That's exactly what happened.
You can't fight
but he was beating him to the punch because he felt like it was coming.
Now you believe it's biased, Aaron?
Aaron trying his hardest to fight.
I know you're a guy that loves to give the benefit of the doubt. But you've been watching this for the last 15 minutes. Do you believe this was a got you thing that they want to just do something to this dude or question this dude and ask this guy anything relevant?
I think they didn't want to come off as weak, right? Not asking the tough questions.
They felt that question.
So I think that was the initial point. But when I hear this question, right, which has nothing to do with his ability to be freaking president, right? To me, it sounds like you got a Black person fired. That's what it sounded like they was trying to put in there, right? And I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know what he could have done to get somebody fired. If you're like, if you're more valuable to the corporation or whatever, then they're not gonna fire you. That's just to my understanding. If you bring that much value, you're not going nowhere.
Aaron, here's what happened. He was talking to Don Lemon, and they got into the conversation about gun ownership, and basically Vivek was actually explaining the history of gun ownership and how it was actually initially specifically gun control, how gun control initially was meant to prevent Black people from owning guns. And he was trying to explain, basically, he was trying to go down the rabbit hole of, why the Second Amendment, is important and why gun control ain't the way, et cetera, et cetera. That was the conversation. And Don Lemon basically took the typical stupid path of saying, well, I'm Black and you cannot tell me anything about Black history. How dare you tell me? It was very retarded. Like he could not have an intellectual conversation with him. He just got his feelings about it and just used the race card. And it's just like this video. If you go back on that video on CNN, everybody just saw that for what it was, right? Because it was stupid, right? You engage the man intellectually, challenge him, right? Like if you think he's wrong, tell him how he's wrong, but he can't do that, right? Instead, he jumps straight to the, well, I'm Black, and so you cannot tell me anything, right? So that's essentially what happened. By the way, Aaron, can you pull up the link I put in the back chat? Because I want you to pull up the chart just so people could see the actual numbers, right? Because a lot of these people act like affirmative action was not actually specifically in the Harvard case, right? This is specific to the Harvard case. They act like this is like some made up theory, like it's a myth, right? There's actual numbers that the Asians were able to they were able to come up with a quantitative way of actually listing out how the admissions process was discriminating against them. So pull up the chart and look at the numbers, and you can tell for yourself. So go down. The chart is like pretty much right in the next right under the next paragraph. So when you're looking at this chart, right, you see the
that's already too many numbers.
Right? Wow.
So you see the academic deciles, right? So at the very top, number 10, right, is the best of the best. Okay, so across all these demographics is the best of the best, and it's basically saying for example, if you're at the one at decile 1, right, it's 0% across the board because you have a 0% chance across the board, whether you're white, whether you're Black, etc. You have a 0% chance basically of getting accepted into Harvard. But if you go, for example, and you look at the difference, let's say at decile 4, look at decile 4, and you'll see that at the 4th decile point, 1.8%, you have a 1.8% chance of getting accepted as a white student, right? If you fall into that at that point, you have a 0.9%, under 1% chance as an Asian American, and you have a whopping 12.8% chance as an African American, bro. And then if you compare that to the decile at decile 10, this is the best of the best. Look at the Asian Americans at the best of the best at 10. It basically they have as much of a chance at getting admitted at Harvard at the best level as somebody as an African American who's at the 4th position.
And look at the percentages of all applicants.
Hey man, I hate to be the one to do it, but that white privilege is screaming on that chart.
This is actual data, right? Like y'all can get out y'all feelings. Hold up, y'all can get out y'all feelings. This is actual data that's showing that the best of the best, right? The best of the best of Asians, right? They were just as likely to get admitted into Harvard as basically somebody who falls at 4 out of 10.
Right.
In simple terms, at 4 out of 10 as an African American. And still, the African Americans at 4 out of 10 still had a higher percentage by 0.1%.
Can't hear you, Aaron.
Can you break that down in simpleton terms? Like make it simple. Like, are you saying that the smartest Black people got the highest chance, or like make it simple?
Well, okay, pull the chart back up, and I'll show you something. We could just keep it at the best of the best. Pull the chart back up. So if you look at the very top, right, that's the best of the best across the board. Okay, you have white students, you have Asian Americans, you have African Americans, you have Hispanics, and then you have all applicants, right?
So what you're saying is, if you're the best of the best, that means like highest score, the highest qualified, etc., all those things. This is the percentage you have of getting in based upon the application.
Of getting accepted, right? And you see that the Asian Americans, right, at the best of the best, have a 12.7% chance, right? And the African Americans have over 0.5%. I mean, over basically over a 50% chance. It's at 56.1%. And then when you compare the Asian Americans at the 10th decile, okay, when you compare them and you go down to the 4th decile, you see that's where they match the African Americans. That means African Americans that at that point, right? You're at 40% of that, right? That's not the proper way to say it, but that's the simple way to look at it. So that's.
Are you saying that if I have the best black people, the best white people, the best Asian people, etc., I'm giving, even though they're all equally the best, I don't know what the best means, but I'm going by all equally the best, that I'm giving advantage to the blacks?
Yes, that's exactly what that shows.
Oh, okay. Well, then that. So what they're saying is, if all things are considered equal, we want a black person.
Yes.
Yep.
Academically, all things considered equal academically. The reason why the next point that the race hustlers will get to is say, well, how come we don't have some big like number of African Americans at these at Harvard College, right? Well, the reason is you don't have a high percentage of African Americans at that level, at that decile point.
Hey JB, not that it matters, but how recent is this chart that you pulled up?
This is pretty recent. This is for that's actually the data that they were able to compile for that specific case that ended up at the Supreme Court, right? So again, a lot of people don't like looking at the actual numbers. They're just in their feelings, right? The Asians are not making this shit up. They're not making this shit up. That's why the Supreme Court they were able to look at it and say, okay, well, clearly there's a discrepancy there, because if you go back in time prior to affirmative action, this is the same thing that black people were fighting. That's the irony of this, is that this is what you were fighting that created the need for affirmative action, and now you've created the same problem for another group of people, and you refuse to acknowledge that it's an actual issue.
Now, JB,
for the chat, real quick, I'm gonna give it to you, brother. For the chat, if you really pay attention to what JB said, he said this is a reset. They just recently used that in the Supreme Court. This is recent stats. My bad, so go ahead.
Okay. One thing Vivek said that resonated with me was that about being limited by your zip code. Now, I'm from New York. I don't know if anybody here is from New York or not. But when I applied for high school, back in the days, you could apply for the high school you wanted to go to. Now, in New York City, there were 3 prestigious high schools. There was Brooklyn Tech, Bronx High School of Science, and Stuyvesant. I didn't live in Brooklyn. But I applied for Brooklyn Tech and was accepted. The reason why I couldn't go there was because I didn't live in Brooklyn. So he's right when he says about being limited by your zip code. If everything was equal, I could have went to Brooklyn Tech, which is one of the 3 most prestigious high schools in New York City.
I'm sure they initially put that in because of difficulties getting back and forth to school and kids from different zip codes. Probably.
Yeah, but that's my problem. They shouldn't have to worry about that.
I get that part. I get that part, and I
think school choice is probably one of the best things they could have ever implemented into the education system.
And all I had to take was one train. I had to walk down the block from my apartment to the train.
You get no argument from me. I'm not against opening that up. I'm just saying, I'm sure that was their selling points, right? To why they put that in place. Obviously,
of course.
Fair enough. If that's something that they should open up, I think at the end of the day, the truth of the matter is, unless you gonna raise your children, unless you gonna teach your children,
and dig it during that time, a lot of Asians moved to a specific area of the Bronx so that they can be entered into Bronx.
Yeah, because their parents are willing.
You okay, Lee?
Because their parents are willing to sacrifice more than a lot of other parents are.
Now the Bronx is not really the greatest borough to live in, but they, like you said, they sacrificed that to have their kids go to that.
They're willing to give up their lives, the happiness, the joy, the traveling, vacations, all that, so that their children has a chance at education.
But you know what they want to do?
When I'm hearing from women now, why can't I do both? Why can't I make sure I got money for my kids and money to travel and buy everything? I don't hear sacrifice. I don't hear my life get to be trash and everything until my children give it to them. That's not what I hear. But there are certain communities that give up more for their children than others, whether we like it.
Well, it's a whole lot easier to do that stuff when you keep a father in the home.
Yeah. And you know what?
Exactly.
You know what the Asians did? That high school, Bronx High School of Science, is predominantly Asian. What they did was they built a lot of Asian businesses around there. and Asians gravitated towards that area, and they dominated the area for decades.
Yes.
So Aaron, I disagree that that's a different point. I actually think this point is actually very connected, because the issue that we face right now when you look at stuff like affirmative action is that we want to fix the results instead of working to create a better atmosphere so that we can generate better results.
You
right?
ain't even
So,
fixing
in other
results.
words,
You're just fixing symptoms.
Correct. Well, what I'm saying by what I mean by fixing the results is I'm saying we want to basically, it's the difference between equality of opportunity versus equality of outcome. We want to just go at the end of the line and say, okay, let's make this equal, right? Let's make the result equal for all parties. Except the Asian kids, right? They had to go home and study all night. They had to memorize all their history. They had to do all this work, right? They had the tiger moms on their ass, right? They had to value education at such a high level. They had to work their asses off. They had to be part of every fucking club. They had to do all of this shit, right? While you didn't, and then they get the results, and then they're getting discriminated against when you didn't do the work that they did. You didn't put in the effort that they did. They had both their parents on their ass about it, making them value education. So the solution to these problems is you address it from the jump, right? You address it when your kid, when from the moment you have your baby, you understand I need to raise this baby, right, to become a productive and educated citizen, right? Not just wait until the very end and then complain about the results you're getting when you didn't put in the work. When you see the fact that you got grown black men today, right, who are basically illiterate, you cannot then say, let's fix that problem without addressing it from the very beginning of where it started.
Bro, there's a lot of grown white dudes that are illiterate as shit too, man. I'm just telling you, man.
No, but this is actually this is a particular issue with black men. Like, this is, again, listen, I'm not one to beat around the bush, bro. Like, if you just look at the numbers, I'm all numbers.
Right, I get that.
This is a particular issue with black men and black boys in particular, right? And it's something that needs to be addressed. And the way you address it is rebuilding the family structure.
Well,
right?
Trust me, I rock with
reassigning some level of value to education.
Well, look, dude, I 100% rock with what you're saying. Like I said, my kids that I have with my wife are, look, I have kids with 2 women that I weren't with, that I wasn't in their life, and they're totally different kids than the kids that I've actively been raising. The personality is everything, and it's just how it is. It's totally different with them. You know what I'm saying? My 8-year-old son. He's going to 3rd grade. He's an honor roll student.
Out there. What would you say the difference? Just not to put so much of your information, but what would you say the difference between what, you know what I'm saying?
The biggest difference is the mental health. The difference in the kids that I have now don't seem as though they're depressed and always upset and angry. Whereas my older kids that me and their mom separated, they're more depressed and angry about things, and their whole mindset is different. Like, the kids I have at home are more positive, more family oriented. My other kids, not so much. They're just angry and all, and it's weird. It's just weird in general. It's hard to explain, I guess.
Now, I get what you're saying, and you're just saying that with you being in the household, with you not being in the household, you just see the difference. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like there's more, just stability, more directness, with the kids that I have now, with me being actively involved, and the other ones, it was like they just kind of did what they wanted. It's almost like they raised themselves.
Well, let's not get too far. PH David, did you come up here with a purpose? Because I see you going off in the chat.
I did not go off in the chat. I made one comment.
And it was a very
you triggered a bunch.
It was an extremely overt and direct comment, and I don't know to whom. And so I wanted to give you the option to expand upon it, because you don't just pop up out of nowhere for nothing. You're very intentional.
Well, thank you for making space for me, Aaron. So I, saw that you all were talking about affirmative action and the Harvard case specifically. So JP had you post some, data on
test scores. Was it test scores or it was academic? I guess quality. And so the thing.
You want me to drop the link in the chat? I can.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll drop it in the chat so you guys can review it.
So the thing with Harvard admissions is that it's actually very complex, and they take a wide variety of factors into consideration. So it's not just grades, test scores. They include extracurricular activities, community involvement, employment, family responsibilities, and as part of their admissions process, they conduct interviews, and they actually do like personality ratings, right? And so they rate the candidates from 1 to 6, with 1 being, that they basically are going to get in, or they the top of the heap, and then 6 being they ain't got no chance of getting in. But even more important than those ratings are the descriptions and the complexity of the descriptions that the person or people assessing the applicants give, right? So if they describe the applicant as being a hard worker, but like boring or something to that effect, then that person's probably not going to get in, right? And so while Asians have very high academic quality, where they typically fall short is in those personality assessments, those how they describe their personality, because Asians stereotypically are pretty stoic and not too high, not too low, but they want people who they think are the next great thinkers or the next leaders, and so they're looking for a certain amount of charisma. Now, Blacks, while they may fall a little short in the academic quality in terms of those personality ratings, the Black students typically do very well, right? And so it's a balance of all of these things that determines, who gets in, right? And so in this case, Harvard actually submitted the file for an Asian student from Vietnam, and they only had mediocre test scores, but they got in because they had a strong work ethic, and their personality was described as being like infectiously happy, right? So that just shows the weight that they give to that. The other thing is, since COVID, Harvard doesn't even require SAT or ACT scores. So that's going to kind of change the landscape of admissions as well, because, in terms of academic quality, they'll be relying on grades, right? So if a student chooses not to submit their ACT or SAT scores, they aren't being penalized for that. So they can be judged on their grades, and then all of that other, warm and fuzzy stuff that they use in making their admissions decisions. So I just wanted to kind of, give that perspective to kind of balance out what JB was saying about the academic quality, because it's not all about that.
Okay, but here's the thing, though. You left out a very important part. If you actually read the case, right? What the agent specifically argued is that the personality scoring is it specifically discriminates against them, right? Precisely because of the stereotypes that you're describing, right? And when they look at the numbers, and in terms of how likely are you to be rated as basically unpersonable or whatever, however you could put it, right? Asians were more likely to have that rating, which is again it's a direct form of, or not direct, it's an indirect form of discrimination, but it's one that they were able to prove quantitatively. That was part of their argument, and they were able to prove it. So, and then on the opposite end, they were able to prove that Black kids were being scored highly on this, right? And despite the fact that all the things that typically matter a lot for colleges, and I understand it's a holistic view, fine. But when you look at the actual academics, there's such a large discrepancy. This is not a small discrepancy. It's such a large discrepancy between the Asians and the African Americans, and yet the African Americans have a 56% more likely to not more likely, sorry. They have a chance of a 56% chance of being admitted at the 10th decile, right? Compared to the Asians, who have 12.7%, despite the fact that there's a drastic, not a small, a drastic difference academically. So that's what they were able to argue. If you read the case, they were able to argue that this is a very indirect but clear and blatant form of discrimination against them. Because how do you define personality, right? It's very subjective, and it's a way they can get away. They can have a loophole to say, oh yeah, it's holistic. It's holistic in nature. It's kind of like when corporate America, when they talk about culture, and right, it's kind of a way to, like, a lot of times discriminate against specific groups of people, right, that they don't want at their company. So they put it under the umbrella of culture, right? But over time, if you actually look at it quantitatively, you can pretty much find out who they're discriminating against.
Okay, I just have a question or thought. So give me some time to go through it. Let me first say, Aaron O. I know I don't cam up a lot. Well, I only talk inside the chat, but been a fan. I wouldn't say fan. I've been listening for some years, and y'all have really gotten me through my cancer treatment because I got diagnosed with stage 3 cancer early this year. So I just want to say y'all keep me together. And again, it's more directed at JB.
Shout out to you, brother.
Thoughts and prayers, man.
Yeah, we're gonna definitely.
For real,
I
keep
appreciate
fighting,
you
man.
saying
We
that.
love you, for real.
Definitely gonna hold you in our prayers, brother, and you gonna definitely get through it. So keep pushing.
And shout out to Melanated Lux inside the chat. She knows me. She check up on me all the time. So shout out to her. This is mostly at JB. Now, I like the guy. I like some of his points, but then some of his points don't make sense. And some of the stuff that you say, I agree with, but some of it don't make sense. We like to talk about being American, and all this shit, especially with Black people, how we need to be more American. But we also know us as Americans, systemically and historically, have been discriminated against. We know that nepotism, businesses, and certain things happen, overlook Black people drastically. So now, if affirmative action was never put into place to curb that, now you're saying it's 2023 when that shit is still going on today, regardless of how you feel about it. Cool. Okay, cool. Get rid of affirmative action. Then when the same situation started happening over and over again, then what's going to be the conversation? Because 500 families this year alone have been their property have been significantly undervalued by appraisal companies. Then these families go ahead and get white people to come and stage their house, and their property now goes up to what they originally what it would be. How do you explain that then? Because you're saying 2023, this shit isn't happening, or racism isn't real, or people just trying to keep it up just to keep it up, when Black men, Black women are working hard inside a certain company. Their percentages and their performance is over their competition, but then the competition is still getting a job because, hey, my wife knows the boss, or hey, my uncle told my boss to put me inside because of relationships and family. How are Black people going to curb that? And you want to speak about being American.
Do you want me to answer you?
Hold on. And then my another
No,
point.
you're on a diatribe.
Well, I just want to make sure I hit your point. Like,
No,
before you,
it's
brother,
just a diatribe. That's all it is.
Hey, let him rock. Let him rock. Let him rock. Let him
before
rock.
you unload, brother, before you unload a bunch of
It's
stuff on me, I want to make
open-ended.
sure I answer every question you're asking me. So let me just answer your questions,
Every
because I'm
question.
not going to be able to answer.
Okay,
Let me just answer your question. Okay. So respectfully, brother, I think you're listening to me emotionally, right? Because I never ever say the words that racism is not real. For some reason, people always saying JB says this. I don't believe racism is not real, because racism is very much real and it will remain real, right? I never say that. I don't know how people hear me say racism isn't real if I don't say that. I don't believe that, and I never say that, and I don't even imply that, right? What I pointed out, in fact, is that I actually agree with you that there was a need for affirmative action, right? Or at least there was a very strong defense for it when it was implemented, right? I actually agree with you on that. I think there's a lot of successful Black people today, a lot of wealth that was created, even no matter how minuscule in terms of the, at the macro level, right? There was a lot of wealth that was generated that, would have not been able to be generated had it not been for affirmative action. And I think that's a good thing. But what I'm saying is that a lot of times what happens with these policies is over time, right? They just become something that we just keep pushing and pushing and pushing further despite the fact that there should be an end date, right? If the goal is let's have diversity, equity, and inclusion because we want this world to be more equitable and more inclusive, right? At some point, you have to have some way of saying, at some point, how do we validate, have we become more equitable, right? But we don't do that. Instead, it becomes a talking point. It becomes a political machine of let's just push this year over year, decade over decade, and it never ends, right? And to the point that I was making, by the way, the very fact that African Americans at Harvard have such a high chance of being admitted compared to the Asians, despite strong academic differences, it shows that there's a difference, brother. Like, and then even compared to, in fact, if you pull that chart back up, even compared to white kids, right? And by the way, I do think the legacy admission system, they should challenge that next. I don't think anybody who's against, affirmative action, should be for legacy admissions. I think that should be addressed next, right? The Supreme Court was looking at affirmative action specifically. I think they should look at the legacy admissions next, right? And all the people who just are able to get their kids into these schools because they have a lot of money. So I agree with you on all those points. I don't know why you think we have a disagreement. My point is just that ultimately a lot of these things become political talking points. They become political movements. They're not really, it's no longer about black people. It's no longer about let's help black people be successful. It's now, how can I, as a politician, as whatever position I hold, how can I push this idea that I am for you by pushing these things that are no longer helping? And in fact, in this case with affirmative action, it's proving to basically create the same problem affirmative action was put in place for, just for another group. Just because it's not now, just because that problem is no longer affecting you does not mean
there a period
it's not
at the
a
end of your
problem.
Well, so you mentioned that those personality ratings disproportionately disadvantage Asian students. But the same has been said for years about like the SAT or the ACT, those standardized tests, right? So what that's called is adverse impact. So those personality ratings have an adverse impact against the Asians, but the standardized tests have an adverse impact against the Black students. And even the guy, what's his name, Vivek, was saying that, there are differences in the K through 12 school systems, so that adversely impacts Black students as well. And so if we're so concerned about Asian students being disadvantaged, then we have to show the same concern for Black students being disadvantaged.
That is a really good point.
Hold up. It's
How are the Black students being disadvantaged?
Hold up. Let me just respond to her. You're comparing two very different things, right? Someone's personality. And someone's personality, in a lot of cases, is basically immutable, right? Or at least it's who they are. It has nothing. Whereas your academics, right, SATs, etc., they're based on how well you do, right? They're based on your education, what resources you have available. Now, I will agree with you, PhD, but if your point is that we need to make sure that these kids, Black kids, have access to better education, better resources, etc., I'm all on board with you on that, right? But we can actually solve that problem. It's not a problem that cannot be solved. Whereas going at people because of what you define as personality, which is highly subjective, by the way, and also something that basically is how they are, right? Your SAT scores is objective. How you test, how you do academically is objective, and you can actually, it's not immutable. You can actually address it. You can address this issue, and you can fix it. You can. Whereas they're attacking these people, they're discriminating against them for something that they have basically very little control over. It's who they are.
Okay, and so the thing with SAT, those standardized tests, there have been many issues cited with those tests, right? So there was one study that showed that the SAT was less predictive for Black students, right? So I'm trying to remember, it's been a year since I read the study, but so for Black students who so Black students who had lower scores were more likely to get harder questions right than other groups.
And if that's the case, PhD, we should address that. That's what I'm telling you. We should address that.
Right. So the thing is, though, there has been, decades to address that, and it hasn't been addressed because if you know the history of the SAT was never intended to be used in the way that it's used, right? So initially, it was a test to determine who would qualify for scholarships at Harvard, many, many decades ago. I think it was like the 1920s or something like that. But it after the Civil Rights Act is when it gained widespread use as an admissions test. And so, that tells you something in and of itself. But there have been decades for these issues that keep cropping up with those standardized tests to be addressed, and they haven't been. And I would suggest that they have historically been used to disproportionately screen out Black students. The same way you would say that those personality ratings, which, like you said, are highly subjective, are used to screen out those Asian students. And honestly, I think that because the Asian students do so well in the academic quality, I think they use those personality ratings to accept white students over and above them.
But the data doesn't actually show what you just said, though. Everything else you just said, by the way, I agree with you. Everything else you just said, I fully agree with you on. But that last part, the data doesn't actually show that. If you go back and look at the data,
I'm gonna have to look at it because I haven't looked at it.
Can I ask?
But I fully agree with you, though, that I do think that we should address the SAT system if it's not working. Personally, I have no issues with the SATs. I have no issues with the AP classes, none of that. But that's just me. I can't speak for all Black people, right? But I'm just saying, if there is an actual legitimate issue with it, it should be addressed. I'm with you on 100%. The issue is when we don't want to acknowledge that this system that was created, right, to help Black people address a very real issue that actually did exist, right, is now creating the very same problem it was created to it was implemented to fix. It's creating the exact same problem just for another demographic, right? That's when you know it's no longer working.
Well, so if you look at the 78 Bakke case, which was when I guess affirmative action was challenged for the first time in college admissions, and they had, quotas. And so the Supreme Court ruled that the quotas were, unconstitutional, but that, you could use race in making admissions decisions as long as it served a compelling interest and was narrowly tailored, right? But the interesting thing about that decision was the compelling interest. They said that redressing past discrimination was not a compelling enough interest to implement affirmative action. It was actually diversity that they said was the compelling interest, which absolutely makes no sense. But so I don't think I don't think it was from, almost from its inception, it wasn't really implemented to redress those past instances of discrimination. And I think that case was actually the setup to dismantle affirmative action. So they've been working on this since the late 70s. But yeah.
PhD, can I ask a question?
Sure, sir.
Do you know if standardized testing for Black children, if Black children from two-parent households suffer from the same disparity in standardized testing as, let's say, Black kids from a single parent household?
So when you talk about standardized testing, what are you talking about? Are you talking about those college admission standardized tests, or are you talking about
standardized testing across the board from, let's say, state tests at the grade level and SAT and ACT?
So no, I don't really work with like elementary through high school standardized tests.
Okay. I mean,
so I'm not
because
familiar with that.
the one of the things that I normally hear is when people talk about the disparities within, what's happening with Blacks and all stuff. I believe it's more related to class and socioeconomic status and having two parents in the home than it is actually marginalizing Black people. And that's what the data suggests. I am one of those strong people that's why I keep pushing family all the time, that please look at Black kids from two-parent households. They do as good, if not better, than their peers. So I'm saying there can be an argument made that if it was just more families in the Black community, this problem would sort of solve itself, at least at the pre-college admission level. And then those kids who are doing well that come from two-parent households, affirmative action could actually give them a boost, even though they've been on the level playing field with everybody the whole time. They're from the same socioeconomic class as their white, Asian, Indian, African peers. But now that just because they're Black, they get a boost. So I think we need to look at it from all sides.
Okay. So with regard to, I don't know, I haven't seen the data that you're talking about, so I can't really respond to it one way or the other.
Okay.
But with regard to the Supreme Court's decision that, race-based affirmative action is unconstitutional, I think we had a very long period in this country where we were doing the equal playing field, right? So we had separate but equal for a very long time. And what we found is that these people are incapable of being equal, right? And so the idea that they're going to do it now is, I don't know, I feel like wishful thinking, I'll say at best. It's laughable to me, though, because
So
they've
I don't
always
think it's
used it.
about equality, and I'm more in favor of meritocracy. Now I know that again, in most cases, you don't actually end up with a pure meritocracy. Like you actually
Right.
don't. So a pure meritocracy is mostly is pretty utopian.
Yeah.
That being said, the things that we talk when we say, okay, we have nepotism, we have this. I think that's what the brother was actually asking me earlier. This is not limited to white people, right? Every group of people. This is actually just basic evolutionary biology and sociology. Every group of people are just tribal, where humans are tribal, right?
Yep.
And how you define your tribe, it differs amongst different people, but humans tend to be tribal. So if I, for example, if I'm hiring for something and I happen to know somebody, I'm more likely to want my person to come and
Absolutely.
get this job other than somebody else. That's not limited to race, right? There's no racial aspect to this, right?
Yep.
And not saying that it's necessarily fair. I'm just pointing out that humans are tribal by nature, right?
That
So
was
when we use that as the argument to say, oh, look at them, they're racist against us. Well, guess what? Just basic numbers. If they make the majority of the population, if they are tribal just like the rest of human beings, then they're more likely to hire other people who look like them, who think like them, who are part of their family, whatever their definition of their tribe is in their mind,
Absolutely.
subconsciously or consciously, right? They're more likely to do that, just like you're more likely to do it.
The difference
Go ahead.
is we have a law. They've been calcified in those positions of power, so they are the ones who are able to do it much more than any other group, right? So I agree with you that people
Absolutely.
do tend to be tribal, but if you have excluded people for hundreds of years and you're already solidified in those positions of power, then that poses an issue.
So the other point that I wanted to make is, are we operating under the assumption that these things are actually fair? Because I agree with JB. Everything that we're trying to pass off as racism, I'm very careful to use that word. As a black person, I don't use it at work because once you use it, can't take that shit back. I am a strong believer that the other isms are likely to blame first. Nepotism, sexism, classism will be a factor before racism ever could. Most of the time, that's what it is. It's not actual racism. Now, I do want to make a point as to why I think affirmative action actually hurt, or integration in general of this sort hurt the black community. Because just imagine if all the PhD divas went to an HBCU.
We did.
That HBCU would now be Harvard or whatever equivalent, because all of the people with the best grades went there. All of the people who made something out of themselves in life will be able to donate back to the school and make the programs better, and innovate and build colleges or schools within schools to do that type of thing. But because we want to integrate, and I'm sorry to say, gain the approval of some through their institutions, we divvy up most of our best to those institutions that don't benefit us, like black people in general. Do you agree with that even a little bit?
Yes, I actually do. And there was actually a study, maybe around sometime between like 2010 and 2015, that showed that for blacks, going to those Ivy League institutions doesn't have the same return on investment as it
It
does
doesn't.
for whites, right? So the data showed
It's
that
all about nepotism. I got a few cousins, right, that went to Harvard, Yale. One is at Dartmouth. I think that's Ivy League now. And they said, if you can't get into those final clubs, if you can't gain the right group of friends, if you can't get into the law review and all of that, it's almost like you're not doing anything, because that cycle of nepotism is so strong, and it's really about access. That's why I'm saying you can create all of this within your own institutions, and with if your best and brightest are all networking and intermingling with each other at the college level, you will create a lot more Black wealth that way than you ever could being a part of anything at Harvard.
I agree.
Good job, young man. Good job.
We all good? Okay, now we can get back to the video. You got it out your heart. Let me just run to these super chats real quick. LaGarrett says, be careful reviewing this video too, Aaron. The Breakfast Club, known for copyright strikes. I know they're gonna hit me. Dirty Dude said, grifters have learned it's easy to slide to politics. I thought about becoming a politician, but many people have told me to. I said, I lied too well. I lied too well. They get rid of me. Lamar Black says, people joining gangs right now for their hood. So they definitely going to join the military. Exactly, Lamar Black. Exactly. AL says, you do know Asians are a part of affirmative action too. That's interesting.
No, they're not.
I'm just reading what he said. I don't want to fight against that man.
No,
I don't
no,
know if
should.
it's not true or is true. I don't care about
all you gotta do is read.
Again, it's dependent on where we're talking about. Like, again, this is a lot of times in these discussions, no shade, but it shows that some people are not actually reading these things they're talking about, because that there's the specific Harvard case, right, that actually shows it was actually negatively impacting them. You could probably find other schools where it's actually benefiting them, right? But this was specific to Harvard.
Yeah,
and in that case, it was negatively impacting them.
Fair enough assessment. Truckee L says, "Yo, get the likes up, man. Seriously, they don't like hitting the likes, bro. They do not."
Let me say this, Aaron, to Real Pookie. He said I wouldn't send my kids to an HBCU. I graduated from an HBCU.
Hey.
My children will likely be doctors. Xavier University in Louisiana, I believe, graduates the most Black doctors of any HBC. I will gladly send my children to HBCU. Let me explain something to y'all that most people have not noticed. The one thing, I've made tons of money now. I've gotten director's level position. Do you know what nobody has asked me in maybe 15 years? Where the hell I went to school? Nobody asked me that.
All right, you rich guy. I'm broke. Let me get back to my broke.
Nobody asked me that shit. I got the skills. They just want the skills.
Fair enough. Things are changing now. As long as we know how to fly a flying car and all that other stuff, that's all we need to do. One Queen Lady says, great discussion on education. Trucker Yell says, D2, get out your emotions and go stand in the corner with other victims. That is very, 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 very aggressive there and very, very mean. BOB says, the question that's not being asked is why Blacks want to go to schools that are predominantly white. We know the reason why they want to go there. For education, okay? BOB says racial profiling is wrong unless it's getting into Ivy League schools. I don't know. I don't know. I think people are going to profile no matter what. How did those students perform at Harvard is what AL wants to know. If they all did so well, doesn't that mean that they deserve to be there regardless of race? I don't know why y'all want to die on this hill of battling about going to Harvard.
You already know AL will always have bad faith arguments, bro. You already know this. When it comes to these topics, you will always have bad faith arguments, bro. Just, shout out to AL.
Listen, you guys are way more educated than Eyes is when it comes to just collegiate degrees and stuff. So I won't argue with none of y'all. I'm gonna be living in my mom's basement for a very long time, so I won't argue about no education.
Aaron, having a degree doesn't mean you're smart.
It clearly means that. This is the whole point of arguing about.
I know too many dumbass people with college degrees.
And by the way, Aaron, just to answer his bad faith question, by the way, they actually a lot of times perform poorly, which is why they have to switch degrees, okay, etc. Like a lot of times they actually perform poorly, just to answer your question. But I know you're gonna have another retort for that because you argue in bad faith. You don't care about the reality because you want to push your narrative, Aaron. I still love you, bro, but you argue in bad faith.
I just want to read the super chat. I don't want to argue with nobody right now. Will says, oftentimes the academic culture within the home plays an enormous role in the academic success of students. Simply providing better early childhood development would eliminate this problem. We're going to always have problems. BOB says, diversity is fine except for diversity in thought. I think that's one of the biggest selling points for me is that people that have cultural differences and background differences think differently. They see the world differently. I think that matters. I don't know to the degree that it should matter scholastically, but I think that it's fair to want a different perspective from your university than someone that comes from the same repetitive backgrounds. I think that's fair. I just don't know if that can be consistent. So, but that's above my pay grade because I didn't go to college with the rest of you geniuses. First Gen Corporate says, I agree with some of the PhD Divas points. Alexa, play Jermaine Jackson. Tell me I'm not dreaming. Affirmative action was supposed to benefit ADOS Americans. It has failed. Non-ADOS benefits more, meaning trigger Mike. Okay, let's move on to the next one.
Tether, it's tethered to you. I didn't have Tether Mike. It's Tether Mike to you. Tether Mike did not have the grades to get into anybody's Ivy League. I didn't start taking school seriously for a very long time.
Regardless of the point, y'all come in here and y'all winning big, so I don't know why. Gary Grant says, thank you, brother, for a real good conversation. Respect to the panel. Thank you, Gary Grant, for always being a supporter of my channel. I really, really appreciate it. It never goes unnoticed. You've definitely been one of the biggest supporters I've had, and I do appreciate it because a lot of people trying to take the bull down, okay? First Gen Corporate says, something needs to be done to correct the historical wrongdoings for the ADOS Americans. I agree. I'll start with reparation checks starting in San Francisco, California, for about $5 million. I'll start there. Laughable to say compete when others had a huge head start. This is going to be.
Can I take that for a second there, Aaron?
Facts. Just simply
I
facts.
can understand that if it was 1960, maybe 1970. But as I said before, it's 2023. Anybody that can't make it, especially in America, just don't want to. Everything is there for you. All you got to do is put a little work in. But it's like everybody's looking for a free ride. Everybody's always talking about the ancestors. The ancestors worked hard for everything. Yep. If they seen us where we're at now and us have the gall to complain about what they went through and we should be compensated for what somebody else went through, they'd laugh at us.
Who is we?
So are you saying
black people who think that they're
black
different
people
from
where?
From everywhere.
No, we're talking about black people from everywhere.
Black people from America has been the best.
Gary,
went through
brother,
the best in the world.
Gary, do not engage in this silliness, bro. Just let it go, bro. Let him rock.
Okay, bro.
This is my question to Gary. So what do you say to the black African Americans that are doing the work and working hard that still do not make it? What then you say to that? What's the reason?
I don't know.
Switch what you're doing. Work hard. Let me finish. You asked a question. Yeah, I don't understand you all. You ask a question and then you don't like the answer and then you start talking. That makes no sense.
Because it's idiotic and stupid.
Okay, let me explain myself. This is 2023. If you're working in a factory in 2023, you're an idiot. There's a thing called the internet. There's so many different ways to make money now that anybody that's not making money doesn't want to. Me personally, I have a grade 11 education. I worked, invested, and retired at 40. If I can do it, anybody can do it. It's just what you want to do. First of all, work in certain jobs, you're never going to get anywhere. There's too many different jobs. Look, people are becoming millionaires on YouTube, all these social media things.
Gary, there's a simpler answer to this.
Stating,
there's actually a simpler answer to this, Gary. The simpler answer is that, listen, nothing is guaranteed in life, okay? You don't deserve shit. Nothing's guaranteed in life. This idea that listen, there's tons of people across every demographic who work hard and they end up they still end up not becoming millionaires or super successful. It's not just black people, it's across the board. Your life does not guarantee, you're not guaranteed anything in life. You're not guaranteed shit. So just because and this is something I actually disagree with a lot of conservatives on, is when they push this idea that if you work hard you will be successful. I don't think this is a guarantee.
Thank
but
you.
I
That's
do
my
think
point.
But I do think that a lot of people today complain, trying to use the plight of their ancestors, right, as their plight, right? It to me is just goofy, right? My ancestors were enslaved. Okay, I'm not my ancestors. I did not go through what my ancestors went through, right? I'm not going to sit here and act like I went through that. I did not, right? But this is what a lot of folks do, and then they get into the FBA, ADO shit and whatnot, and it's just silliness, bro.
You mean you're not a slave, JB?
I think the point that most African Americans have,
JB, are you
the
Dominican?
point that most African
Y'all are just
Americans
living
have is when
vicariously.
y'all have
Listen,
these
y'all are living
conversations
vicariously through y'all
and y'all
ancestors.
say that
Okay?
success is not guaranteed. But when y'all speaking about a black man or a black woman, y'all simply come out your mouth and say that we are lazy. That is the
I've
point.
never said
Nobody
that.
ever said that.
You guys tell me
I'm not saying
Man, that's not cool, man. Hold on there a second, JB. No, hold on 1 second, JB. That's very disingenuous, young man, because nobody said anything about lazy.
Not only that, when other people say that, I call them out on it. This is what I'm saying. When I say that you guys always come here with preconceived notions and ideas you already put in your head of what people believe, this is proof of it. Not only do I not say that, I have on these panels and in the comments called people out when they say that, right? But you have this idea that this is what people believe, and then you're pushing that like that's not true. I don't know if you have that beef with somebody else, take it with somebody else, but I never say that, oh, black people lazy, black people are this. I don't say that.
JB.
I'm very specific with my words.
Okay.
You can tell me specific things I've said, and I'll admit I've said it. But I've never said black people are lazy.
JP, you may have not said that, but whenever we have these conversations or a panel is going on surrounding these conversations, the conclusion is that black people are just lazy, and that's the reason why they're not making
That's not my conclusion. Again, you want that to be my conclusion. That's not my conclusion.
I'm not saying you said it. Like, bro, I just said not you said. I said most of the times on these panels, that's what's being said.
Yeah, but why can't we just stick to what's going on in this panel?
Even if you work hard, you go to school, you get a degree, you go into a company, and you're working hard to move up the level to make a better position for your life. That is not guaranteed. But y'all don't say that.
You're right. That's not guaranteed for anybody.
Y'all simply say black people are lazy and not doing that.
We never said that, man.
Again, you're bringing something, brother.
Again,
why can't you just have a conversation with us on this panel?
Said that you did not say. You don't say that.
Okay, but
So why are you bringing up something nobody on this panel said?
Because that's what your goofy ass just said.
Hey, well,
I said black people are lazy.
Hey, y'all, hold on, y'all, because I don't think I've said those words, but I know somebody who has. PhD Diva thinks black men are lazy. She absolutely does.
So that's who D2's premier, his argument is for. But nobody said that black people are lazy. Okay, so don't do that, brother.
So y'all talking to us when it's really PhD. She's been on my show 1,000 times.
I'm speaking directly.
I'm not gonna let. Hold on. Wait. I'm not gonna let you assassinate PhD Diva's name. PhD Diva, did you want to respond to that accusation?
No, it doesn't
That's
warrant
why
a
she ain't
response. It's
saying
not
that, 'cause
worthy
she know
of a
she-
response.
she said
It's
that
not worthy of a response.
She said that shit boldly. Y'all niggas are lazy. Y'all
I
just
never
want
said
to make
that.
babies.
I didn't say that, but whatever.
Hey, you want me to
Hey,
call
I heard
Fatty?
that
You want me
too.
to pull up the
Trigger
Fatty
Mike.
file?
Trigger Mike. To be
I didn't
fair,
say
Trigger Mike.
lazy.
To be fair, PhD Diva, when she says things like this, she usually says them in a specific context. To be fair, right? She does make a lot of bad faith arguments, in my opinion. But when she says things like that, she says them in a specific context. So you're probably taking it out of context, whatever she says.
You're right. She does not say black niggas. I'm sorry, black people lazy. She says you niggas are lazy.
Jesus Christ.
You're right. She does do it in a very specific context.
Exactly.
I have not heard PhD to say no N words before.
Just for that, Trigger Mike, I'm coming on your show and showing the crack of my ass.
Don't make me pull the
Bro,
file.
listen, check this out,
show
right? I
out
was
the
at
next time I come.
I was at Walgreens recently, right? I was at Walgreens recently, and my cashier was an old white woman, and she looked like she could be my grandma's age, bro. I felt so sad for her. Like, straight up, I'm like, damn, this lady, this senior citizen should not be behind a cash register. Like
Oh, we
it just
working till we
should
die,
not,
bro.
right?
No,
And
she
so
probably
what
wanted
I'm saying,
to.
She behind that
Like, they
cash
wanna
register
work.
because
but
she
here's
drove
my
her
point.
husband to the grave.
Is that my point is that a lot of this stuff is not limited to just black people. That's my point. So life is not like nothing. Success is not guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed in life. The point is to look forward to it. It's to at least strive for that success, strive for that perfection. But it doesn't mean you're gonna get to it. A lot of people strive for it and they don't get to it.
JB,
And then some people inherit it.
I agree with you again. There is no disagreement. But I'm saying when these conversations are framed, it is not you. I know most of the time PhD would just want to trigger people, but I'm speaking directly to this nigga Gary. In context, that's what he said. That's all I'm saying. When we frame this conversation, y'all don't say everybody. Y'all don't say this is not limited to just black people. Y'all just simply say black people are inside the position they're in because they're just lazy. And there is no black man, no black woman out here doing the work and trying to be successful, but they're constantly being shot down or slighted. There's a few that get through. Cool.
D2 Premier.
That's all I'm stating.
D2 Premier, here's what I'm saying to you is that you're ultimately coming on this panel and telling us about things that none of us on here are saying, right? And then it's like you're saying y'all, but you're not speaking to any of us specifically on this panel.
Jesus
like,
Christ,
how do we? What do you expect from us? And like in terms as an answer, because I don't say that. I don't think I've ever heard Trigger Mike say that, unless and he can correct himself. I don't know if Gary has said
I
that.
be saying a lot
I
of
know
shit.
Aaron does. Aaron, do you believe that black people are lazy?
Of course he does. He says it all the time.
With the proper context.
Okay, maybe he's talking. Maybe he's talking.
It's mostly black people saying it. They just want to blame it on the immigrants. Bro. It's mostly black people.
No.
This is funny.
It depends on the context.
Immigrant.
Aaron.
Let them start fighting with each other. The girls call each other hoes. No, the girls call each other hoes, and the dudes call each other lazy niggas.
My
but they
bad,
want
brother. You were talking to
Aaron.
Aaron.
I don't think
My bad.
I want to hear an answer from you because I mess with you and Cheeky the mostest. I just directed my statement to this nigga Gary. But Aaron,
you're speaking. I didn't even know you were speaking to me. My God, sorry, my bad. And first of all, please don't address me. Hold on there, B2. Hold on. Don't address me in the N word. I don't use that word. I'm too old for that.
Hear from Aaron. Aaron, when we have these conversations on the panels, not just your panels, but multiple panels. When we are talking about the successful rate of black people and people talking about it, do they frame it that this is also to everybody, or they just frame it as black men and women are lazy and not working hard enough?
Oh no, they just say blanketly black people are lazy. They don't necessarily frame it.
But it depends on the context, though, right? So my context, for example, it depends on the context.
Is, do people add context technically before they say black people are lazy? No, they just say black people are lazy and don't want to work. They don't say in context black people are lazy that don't want to work that live in Washington D.C. or that. No, they just say black people lazy. Like
Aaron, can I ask you a question, brother? Have you ever heard me say that?
I have not heard you say that, Gary Grant. But I believe that most people are lazy, not just black people. So,
is it true though? Hey, you too. Is it true?
Black people being lazy, they encompassing most people. So if I think most people are lazy, and somebody says black people are lazy, reasonably so, that is true. So I don't want that to go unnoticed. I just think most people are lazy.
So, and D2 Premier, please never refer to me as the N word. I know you young people use it casual, but where I'm from, we don't use that kind of word.
Oops.
And he's your elder,
because
as
it's
you can clearly
disrespect.
hear.
Is it true though? Hey, D2, is it true though?
I
Is it true or
said
not?
N-word for a reason. Look up the definition of an N-word and apply that to you.
Well, I'm far from ignorant, because if I was ignorant, I wouldn't be retired at 40 while you're still going to work.
Premier, when you
So
say
please
y'all,
don't
what do you mean?
disrespect.
Why is it smoke every show?
Premier, when you say
Damn, Gary, you dropping bars.
Okay.
Damn, your old head got your ass. What you gonna do about the eat?
Premier, when
You got to watch them Canadians, man. They get them in there every now and again.
Premier, when you say y'all, what do you mean by y'all?
No, but is it true or not? That's what I want to know. Is it true or not?
No. I want to go back to the video and finish the video. Why y'all want to fight so much?
Lamar Black, you African. Go back to Africa. You look straight African.
I got the African thing too. What's up, Trigger? We African now.
With men and women going at it, and then y'all want to go at it. It don't make no sense. I'm gonna read my super chats. And I'm gonna play the rest of the video because there's a little bit left. AO says white women benefit the most from affirmative action. I'm just saying. Well, technically, that might be true, but I don't know. Real Pookie says black graduation rates at Harvard is 95%. I don't trust nothing the Real Pookie say. Nothing.
No, Real Pookie smart.
I don't believe nothing
I
that
trust
man
everything
says.
he say.
Nothing. I don't believe he do no research. I don't believe he read a book, newspaper, nothing. Nothing at all. He is a Pookie certified Real Pookie.
You don't even think he reads comic books?
No,
he got a wife.
I don't think that man reads
people go to
at
Harvard
all.
with
I think
sociology and shit.
if it ain't no audio book, he won't do it.
It's like, people go to Harvard for sociology and stuff like that. Not everybody's a pre-med or law person.
All right, so let me get through the goddamn trigger. All right, AL says, how is it a free ride when those students were qualified? We're not arguing C students versus A students. We're arguing A students versus A students, which I do agree with that, AL, because black.
Wait, no, that's not. Wait, Aaron, that's wrong. That's
okay. I'm only going by what he said.
Wait, the data literally. This is what I'm saying. Like the data literally shows that that's actually the argument that's being made. Is that these are not even just C students; they're worse than that.
No,
right?
that's
and
true.
They
You're right. The data does show that. I think
that's what the data shows.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think essentially what he was saying at the top, right? If we all equal at the top, then give me that bump because I'm black. I think that's what he was saying.
But even at the top, Aaron, the African Americans have a 56% chance, and the Asians have a 12%.
I get it. I don't want to fight over this no more. If black people get anything for free, or
can I ask this question?
I don't care no more.
Okay? Can I ask this question to JB? This is the last one, Aaron. This is the last one, Aaron. I apologize. Can I ask?
I don't believe it. I don't believe it's going to be the last one.
Bro, stop speaking to me. I did not call your name. Stop speaking to me.
Oh, English? No, man. Don't take that. Don't take
JB,
that.
I
know why he being rude to you.
So this is my question.
What's up with that? Racism.
This is my question. Do you think
that white privilege, man?
People who come from a different country into America should get equal benefits or equal benefits to the American people? You think they should be chosen or judged equally over Americans?
What the hell was that? That was worded.
Hold up. Like, I just want to make sure I actually understand your question. Are you basically saying should immigrants who become American citizens be treated the same as native-born American citizens?
Yes.
What do you mean treated?
Well, they know more about New York kind of shit than most Americans.
Well, hold up. So okay. Let me just have this conversation with you. So what do you think should be different? Or because it seems like you're implying something should be different. What do you think should be different?
American descendants and American people should have first right of refusal to anything over a first or second generation of a person who came to this country, abandoned their country instead of staying.
Okay, let me ask you.
Wait, Trigger, hold up.
Context. Let me ask you. Hold on.
Let me have this combo with him. Hold up. Let me just have this combo with him because a lot of times this specific type of thing goes off the rails. I actually want to engage him on this. So you're saying. Sorry, can you repeat that again? Because I just want to make sure we don't get derailed.
You asked me what should be different, and I'm saying that Americans, descendants of Americans, should have the first right of refusal, and their criteria should not be the same or judged the same as a first or second immigrant who abandoned their country.
In what way? Like, can you give me specifics?
So Tether Mike shouldn't have been able to go to
school, job opportunity.
Man, they accept everybody. Fuck you talk about. It was their privilege.
Come on, guys.
To have me there.
Guys, come on.
Tether Mike. Fuck you. All right.
That's hilarious.
Hold up. Come on. Can I have this? All right. Y'all got it.
Nah. Let me say this. Let me. Go ahead.
But hold up, Trigger. I'm trying to have this conversation with him real quick, right? Because a lot of times
I'm trying to be respectful.
You said
because
what?
Because at the end of the day, we're all saying that Black people need to unite as Americans. So if we're going with that premises that we all should be Americans, then why there isn't for the two examples, job opportunity, school opportunity, just for those two examples, what I'm stating, because you're talking about the Asian argument.
Well, you do know that until somebody becomes an American citizen, they're not necessarily given the same rights as all American citizens.
That's what I was gonna say.
So you go through stages. And ultimately, if somebody's saying it, if somebody's going.
Wait, hold on. So you're saying that there are different schools for immigrants compared to American citizens, or they both go to the same school?
That's not what I'm saying.
So again, there is no difference,
brother. See, this is what I'm saying. You guys are not having good faith arguments. I'm actually trying to engage you in good faith, and you're just trying to push a narrative. So go ahead. Like, I'm actually trying to have the conversation with you. But
well, let me ask him a question, though, JB.
I was actually about to answer you.
I want to hear. Okay, I want to hear from.
There are stages, right? When somebody comes into America, first of all, there's a difference between somebody who comes here illegally, right, crosses the border, get on a boat, whatever, however, and then there's people who come here legally, right, through the legal.
Lying.
Now, a lot of. Sorry, what? Okay, so a lot of people, they come into America on some visa, and at some point they try to get that visa to turn into a permanent residency, and then you have to remain in the country, you have to contribute, you have to pay your taxes, and in fact, the level of responsibility that's applied even on a permanent resident in America is actually pretty intense. Because, for example, if you come to America and you become a permanent resident, and then you move back to your home country, wherever that is, right? Whether you're European, you're Caribbean, whatever, if you make any type of income in that country, America still expects you to pay American taxes on that income. That's just one example.
Let's move on.
Right?
Let's move on.
Let me ask him this though, Aaron.
Let's move on, man. Come on.
Just one question.
Let's get back to the nonsensical interview.
I got my people want to know how Gary Grant retired at 40. They want that information. They don't
Gary
want
Grant. Let me ask
Gary, hey Gary, how you retire at 40? That's what they want to know. They don't want to talk about this.
D2.
I met a billionaire in a beer store.
A billionaire
gave me a job at his company, taught me a little bit about stocks, showed me the right investments, and taught me that you should never work hard, you should work smart. And the best way to work smart is to let money go to work for you, and then you just manage it.
Yeah, we know what that means.
Can you send me all that info?
Yeah, we know what that means, what you was doing behind that desk.
Gary, that sounds like white
supremacy.
Trying to get into day trading.
That's the problem with people like D2 Premier. They all have, they got a foot on my neck. They got a foot on my neck. Brother, the only difference is you all feel that somebody, stop your nonsense for a minute. Because,
but there was
but you consider that you got a foot on your neck. Because you think that just because an immigrant comes here and succeed, they're taking something away from the Americans.
So let me say
every opportunity and more than any immigrant. Let me just finish this, Mike. They have more opportunities. The only problem is they do not take advantage of the opportunities.
Let me make it clear to you, Goofy.
What can you make clear to me?
Immigrant comes to my country.
It's your
You don't have a country. You don't own a country. You don't own anything. You don't own anything. You don't have a country. You're a citizen in this land. You don't own a country. Stop being stupid. That's what's wrong with you people. You think you own something. You don't own nothing.
So the American strong argument is the bullshit that y'all be making? So the American strong argument is a bunch of bullshit y'all be making?
If an immigrant come to your country and I work you, then I classify as slavery.
Let me ask you this, D2, sincerely.
Aaron, you
I
done
could
gave
never
your
go
opinion.
to Asia. I could never go to Asia and expect the same treatment or the same level of equality
So
inside another person's country.
D2, this is a fair. Hold on.
Yes, you could. If you got the qualifications and the skills, you can go to any country and get their respect.
All right.
Just because guys like D2 Premier has never traveled outside America, you think you're a frog in a well, brother.
Let me ask this question.
I've been to Asia. I've actually been to.
Well, from you said Asia, I know you ain't been nowhere because Asia is a continent, not a country.
What are you talking
about?
about?
Asia is a continent, not a country.
Goofy, just because you've been putting something in your mouth behind a desk and you got the chance to say the words.
Hey, please keep your homosexual thoughts to yourself. Keep your homosexual thoughts to yourself. Don't tell me what you do at work. I don't care.
Hey y'all, I got a question.
I love the ad hominem.
Question I want to ask.
You was behind that desk giving that guac 3000, and now you feel like you need to prove something.
They are. This is disrespectful.
I told you, these homosexual dudes, they come on these panels and tell people what they do.
Gary, come on. The reason why your voice sound like that is because that white man got all that stuff come down your throat. Shut up.
See, this is damn, bro. Look, guys, see, this is what I'm saying, right? We can never actually have a productive conversation on this, right? Because D2, you actually could make a good point here, right? Instead, y'all just want to fucking fight. For example, in the Bahamas, right? If you go to the Bahamas and you decide I want to move there and you want to become a citizen, whatever, they don't even they have a very stringent process for you to become a citizen. And on top of that, if you want to own property, and I know this because I love going to the Bahamas, right? And I was looking into starting up a business over there. And when you're actually trying to set that up, they have a rule that favors Bahamians first, right? So the point that D2 is making is actually not very far-fetched, right? But instead, y'all just want to push narratives and fucking fight. That's why I was trying to engage D2 to see where his logical conclusion was going to be. But instead, y'all just want to fucking fight.
Yes, that's my point. I told this man to stop speaking to me. I'm speaking to JB. If I don't say your name, don't speak to me, bro. We know what you is. I know what you is. Don't speak to me. And we'll be fine.
I have a question. D2, do you believe your stance might be? I just have a question for you. Do you believe that you are afraid to compete with immigrants? That's why you want the government to institute an advantage for you over them?
It is not being afraid to compete against nobody. If
CBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. It's not what you ain't outside for that air. Mike ain't sit up, and I know they gon' blast.
Thank God.
Conversation alone.
Saved by the bell.
The gang said we got to move on. We got to move on. Please, let's get back to finishing the video. Thank you very much. Okay. Let me see here. This here is a wonderful, wonderful interview, and I just want to get to the end of it. Okay, so let's be a little patient.
There's a gap right now in the country. Let's admit it. Democrat, Republican, it doesn't matter.
Be careful with that because a lot of people in your party gonna start saying "nigga" out loud.
What?
I don't think so.
What?
And I would certainly hope not. I would condemn it if they do. I would condemn it if anybody does. All right. But what I think is we need to close the gap between what people say in private and what they say in public. That allows us to air our differences, and then we actually find unity that way. That's actually what I think unites the country, not creating this culture of hush-hush, right? Say one thing in public and a different thing in private. And I do reject Don Lemon's premise. What did he tell me on set? He said, you can disagree with me when you have black skin and you've lived in this country, whatever ethnicity you are.
But
explain
sir,
it to me.
I
just reject
did
that.
not.
I think
but,
we should.
Sir, let's just use a real example of just what everybody said. You said, people can have difference of opinion. They can have, you want to unite people. I gave you a difference of opinion as a veteran, and you came back and said that I was personally attacking you, and that is a way of gaslighting and basically, trying to set the idea that I was against you when I just had. That's the statement you made, and what I'm saying is instead of us just having the debate, because see, I didn't talk about colors, which you probably expected when you came in here.
I did not.
Well, that's fine. I didn't talk about color. I didn't get all emotional about your vision because I really wanted to just talk about what you've done in service, because you yourself has raised service as the number one thing that what people need to do in order to participate in the country that my ancestors built. And you said that I personally attacked you. So just to give you some advice, if you're going to say, hey, let's have difference of opinion, let's be able to discuss.
I loved everything you did. I loved the whole thing.
Because I had a question that it was a personal attack. Because
it was. I don't think a question. I think this is great because you know what I said. What's the job?
Did you say personal attack?
What's the job? Is everybody needs to know who a candidate is and what they stand for. That's the candidate's job. Whether you vote for them or not, that's your choice.
Did you say I personally attacked you, or did I hear it wrong? I just want to make sure.
I did not say you personally attacked me. No, I said we have actual good. I wanted to know whether or not we were actually able. You said sit around for 20 years. I said I didn't sit around for 20 years, but that's okay. I think that if somebody's running for U.S. president, I want to say this.
Well, you can't handle it. You did stay out of the kitchen. So we'll come in. We can keep going with the personal attacks. You did say personal attacks though. So let's be honest. Remember, that's your number one thing. Being honest.
Bro, she's like a pit bull.
Damn, can you imagine going home to that?
No,
she's like a pit bull, bro.
Absolutely not.
Let me
I would off myself if I had to deal with a female.
Let me just say this before it's lost.
What? Who wasn't
Do
gonna
y'all
let you
know?
skirt
Let
around
me
what
say
you
this.
said?
Her
Let me
husband
say
spends
this
a lot
before
of
it's
time in
lost.
the garage.
Do you know how they say rainbow people have an accent? The dudes have an accent. Well,
Oh,
I
the
just
lesbian.
realized that uppity black woman has an accent too. That lady sounds just like PH Diva when she talk. Oh, tell me she don't. They have the same cadence.
It might be
when
the
they
same
talk.
person.
There are some
my goodness.
similarities.
I was
I'm
sitting
just
there like
saying.
that's PH Diva.
Nah, I know
my
it's not PhD because she's fat. PhD is not fat.
I was like,
wait, I don't know what that lady looks like. Okay, let me run through these super chats before I get man. Y'all, man. Kay says, "Who wants to invest in my timestamp business? 10K for 1% equity." So JB, what is he valuing the company at if he wants $10,000 for 1% of his equity?
Shark Tank. He picked.
I wonder what that valuation is.
From Shark Tank. He just saw somebody else do it.
What is it, like 1 billion?
Yeah, they be want like 70%.
What exactly is the value? What is he valuing his company at? Trigger Bite. I'm just wondering.
You know what? He's doing the personal. I'm worth this. This is what I deserve. Valuation. No basis in actual mathematics or. Yeah.
Wait,
stop.
are you asking? Wait, Aaron, are you actually asking the question? Or are you just because I'm assuming this is like a rhetorical question, Aaron? Like,
And yeah, what if I'm not mistaken? Isn't the valuation? Isn't it based off like a 3-year return on the investors? On the investment?
No, he's just talking about the percentage based on the percentage and how much he's asking for.
Oh, I'm sorry, projections. So 10K for 1%. That means he expects to make
What, like $1 billion?
Yeah, no, not on
it's
10K.
not $1 billion.
But it's like he expects to make a little over maybe $1 million or something. Or
Guys, are y'all that bad at math, bro? Like just divide 10K.
I am, dude. I don't math that.
Yeah, I'm forgetting
divide
the
10K by hold up. Just divide 10K by 0.1.
Yeah.
Everybody got silent.
Sorry,
I did that shit in my head. What's wrong with you?
Divided by 0.01.
It's 100K. It's 100K.
That is
Or you can make it really simple. No. Gentlemen, it's very simple. 1% is worth 10K. Times it by 100, and that is
Million.
the
I said it
value of the
already.
company.
JB, you messed me up.
My God. And I haven't done long division since the 80s.
Why I go to college?
Hey man, I only got a GED, brother.
All these colleagues.
Hey, I only went to grade 11, man.
Wait. Are we serious right now, guys? Because I actually assumed Aaron was trolling.
Let me have my fun, okay? I've been dealing with all this nonsense all day. You're gonna let me have my fun, okay?
And
Now,
if he end up making $1 million off that damn business, we all gonna look stupid.
hey, listen, you over
Yeah.
get your 1%.
That still only give you 100K.
AO says, "Great, you're not guaranteeing anything. Those students worked hard and didn't make it. Other students worked hard and made it. So they just so happen to be black." So what he's saying is life ain't fair. Just because you work hard, you ain't guaranteed to make it into Harvard. Those other kids worked hard and they got the advantage. I mean, reasonably so, that kind of does make sense based upon the argument that you can work hard and still not win. First Gen Corporate says, "Why not build up black nations to compete if everyone works so hard and is capable? What's the excuse now? Some say go to a HBCUs instead, right?"
Damn you, stand up.
As someone who I cannot argue about college, so leave me alone. First Gen says, non-ADOS, by the way, well-read, great career, multiple SME. Who knows what's that stand for?
Subject matter expert on multiple things.
I had no idea. Thank you for that. Other groups have a sample come here and compare to the bottom tier of ADOS. That's not cool. Oh, yeah. Well, they call Trigger Mike that other word, and I don't even know what the hell that means. Aaron, it's all your fault. You triggered them. This had nothing to do with me today. There's no way you can blame me for this. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That is insane. I am innocent. I am innocent. I am innocent. JB, translate that decline scale. What GPA correlates to what level? Please clarify, since that article doesn't. maybe you know something they don't. Ooh.
Wait,
I
how
don't wanna
about you
argue.
just look at the case? Go look at the case. This is what I'm not even gonna respond to AL again. He's just making bad faith arguments again. All of that data is in the case. They made a quantitative argument. It's in the fucking case. Go read it. You're
You know,
arguing something that you
There
didn't.
you go with
Go
that
read the
read shit
case.
again.
You know, they say people that curse a lot live longer, so I'm gonna die young. Okay, this conversation now needs respect and nuance. First Gen, you might be one respectful guy and a bright guy, but these other people, they just rowdy. I don't know why. I don't know what got them up so heavy on a Wednesday after the 4th. AL says multiple sources say the average GPA to get into Harvard is 3.99 to 4.18. And a 3.75 is a reach. If level 2 is a reach, that's still an A average. I'm just saying. I don't want to argue with no mathematicians. I don't want to argue with you mathematicians.
For the record, he's wrong. For the record, he's wrong, and he needs to go read the case instead of just arguing in bad faith. I'm gonna keep saying it. Go read the case.
I'm not about to let you two argue through me right now. I want to hear
But I do disagree on what you said about affirmative action because I feel like without that legislation, I don't think black people stand a chance. We had to create the legislation to even have a chance. And I don't know why you have faith that without that legislation, things will be fair or on equal footing for black people.
I think that most people who benefit from affirmative action are the immigrants who came after Kennedy's immigration reform in the 60s. They are not descendants of slaves. They are people who came as immigrants like my parents did. And so I just think it is a broken system to say that you look like someone to whom a bad thing once happened and you're going to be favored over someone who looks like someone who once did a bad thing.
Your parents would have gotten the same shot without that legislation?
I mean, so it turns out that Asian Americans, Indian Americans don't benefit from.
That benefited your parents, which directly benefited you.
See, here's what I'm saying is whether or not it's in our past, the question is, how do we actually move forward as one nation? And I do not believe it is with race-based quotas. I believe it is economically empowering all Americans.
I think that legislation was put here to protect people that look like me, people that look like you. And I think you're ridiculous to want to get rid of.
Here's what I would say is Lyndon Johnson's Great Society that this was part of, right? So affirmative action was part of it. There was a broader set of policies designed to help Black Americans, I think have been disastrous for Black Americans and all Americans.
Well, sir, it wasn't disastrous for you. And what Charlamagne is saying is your parents benefited from it.
They did not. As a point of fact, that's false. Indian Americans do not benefit from affirmative action.
No, that's not as a point of fact. No, that's not as a point of fact because without the liberties that Black folks have fought for, which has basically immigrants have been able to prosper in this country because of that. But we're not going to go there. Let's just say they benefited from being able to have the freedoms that Black people fought for. That's the bottom line. And in turn, it benefited you. And then your answer a moment ago was, well, let's not talk about stuff in our past. See, once it benefited you, you were able, you moved on.
I want to be honest with you. You guys want to get real? Let's get real. My parents were.
That's why.
Well, all right. Now they own to something. It seems like every time something benefits him, he wants to get rid of it now. She's trying to paint that narrative. She's kind of doing a decent job at it. Kind of, sort of.
No, she's wrong because Asian Americans did not benefit from affirmative actions. It worked against them.
Well, her argument is that they fought for it. And then
what did they fight?
I wasn't there. I wasn't born until like late 8. Like you know,
I know that. I love when I hear this argument. We fought for this. No, you didn't fight for anything. The majority of things that happened are what Black people did in the 60s. Since my brother was alive and watching this whole thing play out, they marched. And if it wasn't for the white folks,
for the record,
there would be no.
For the record, affirmative action has helped. For the record, Gary, affirmative action has helped Asian Americans. This is why I was saying a lot of this stuff is dependent on what are you talking about, right? And in the case of in the Harvard case, it was actually working against them. But there are plenty.
What happened to JB?
The internet said no.
Oh, the internet saved them.
America. I have no idea what happened. I think his connection disappeared or something. Somebody. I don't know. I have no clue.
Struggle.
AL did say though, JB, he read the article you provided. Okay, he knows how to read. He is collegiately educated. He got an education. Okay, just want to let it be known. Okay, he comes from that background that PhD is repping hard. Okay, degrees. And what does that say there? Is that PhD? That sounds like her. That is absolutely her. I love PhD. Just because y'all don't like the pushback that she gives, that's not a problem for me. I enjoy it because I need to learn some stuff. So whenever, maybe JB will be back, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Let me just push through the rest of this video, please. You wonderful scholars and genius people. Okay, I say if I throw you a bunch of compliments, you guys might not try to destroy my show today. I don't know why, but this show is not to be destroyed.
The heart of a service. No, sir.
Because
black people hadn't fought.
Yeah, no, gotta get real. My grandparents lived. They lived in a colonial society. Britain colonized where my grandparents lived as well. But I think that I don't do well by seeing myself as a victim of the white man because actually Great Britain happened to have colonized where my grandparents were actually colonized.
That's moving the goalpost. I don't benefited your parents when they got here.
That's right.
What benefited all of us is the fact that we have a free country where anybody is free to achieve what they want. I don't know what they came to this country with not a lot of money. What benefited them was hard work and dedication. My dad faced layoffs when he was growing up at GE. Right. He went to law school at night to be able to keep his job. What did that teach me? I don't think affirmative action benefited him. Absolutely not. I think hard work and dedication benefited him. And that's part of what I want to share with all Americans. I want to make this the country where no matter who you are and what your skin color is, you get ahead with your own hard work and commitment and dedication. That you get ahead not on the color of your skin, but the content of your character.
He has to go, guys.
And that's what I want for America.
One more thing. You told a voter that you were open to ending foreign aid to Israel. Then it was reported that it was a misunderstanding. What happened with that?
Yeah, it was that was a false reporting, actually. So I think
you never said that.
No, I did not. I said that I was open to actually a broad strategy of disengagement from the Middle East. Mm-hmm. My general view is we fought a lot of pointless wars for a very long time. Ukraine's the pointless war of the moment. And I think that the United States needs to disengage from parts of the world if it does not advance American interests. China's the top threat that we face, and we actually need to prioritize that in our foreign policy.
All right. Well, we appreciate you for joining us.
I appreciate you guys having me.
How do I say? I don't want to say your name right.
Huh?
Do you mean that?
I do mean that, actually, because we don't do this enough. Right? Yeah. So I do mean that. And I will come back if you guys will have me when I'm in New York City.
Of course. Because to your point, the Republican debates would be way worse.
Yeah. It's not really. I mean, we got to get real with each other.
I can definitely tell you, Chris is going to ask about your background, so you might want to start. Want to start volunteering on your free time.
Oh, I don't believe in virtue signaling. I am who I am. I'm an open book. We're all imperfect human beings. We're an imperfect country. We aspire to be the best version of ourselves.
Yeah, that's not virtual signaling, no, sir. That's just a question, and you need to aspire to do something other than something that
you couldn't even say that word.
You want to.
Oh, she sound like PhD diva. Oh my God.
and look, man, she whiter than I am.
Well, hold on. Well, it's only a few more moments in this.
Say you're going to serve the country. The president is a service role. It's not running a business. So
here's the positive I'll give you. I think your message is powerful for young Americans across this country to hear. And that's
my message is right for you.
That's actually what I'm going to take from this.
No, my message is for you because you're saying that people need to reach a certain level of service to be able to vote in the country that my ancestors fought and died for. So my message is not for you. See, I don't do visionary messages. I do direct, straight shot, the host of Straight Shot, No Chaser. My message for you is if you're going to require people to be a certain age to vote, you should have been able to meet that. My message for you is if you're going to say that if you can't do that, if you can't pass the test, then you need to be able to provide service to your country. You should have been able to provide service. My message to you
is if you disagree with me, you don't have to vote for me, but I respect your view and we need to actually have a country where we need
to
have this debate.
Absolutely not voting for you. I just did an interview. That's all. I just wanted to point out the discrepancies on your platform versus what you've actually done because
what
that does
matter. For the country is I grew up in this country and I want to actually lead the next generation to be proud. Well, I appreciate you wishing that for me.
Okay, all right, that's it. That's the end of this thing.
Yeah, she couldn't be more wrong either. We gotta stop.
I'm just so combative, bro. Just so combative.
We gotta stop letting people do that. Being a high school class president or that shit does not qualify you. It means nothing.
Being an American does though.
So I actually think some of her points were good. I do think she does personalize it a lot, unfortunately. But maybe that's necessary as a strategic point to highlight things to see if he's going to bite on it, to see if he'll run away.
Only if you win, though. She kind of lost. She didn't get him off his square with that shit, so it made her look combative.
Aaron, let me ask you a simple question, bro.
This, though, if I was watching the interview, I'd be like, man, I wouldn't want her to interview no more people. I say that.
Aaron, listen, bro. You can actually.
Hey, Roland Martin is proud daddy today.
Aaron, you can actually go listen to a number of other interviews that he's had. One of the cool things about Vivek is that he's willing to go even in places that a lot of other people will not go, right? And you can actually go listen to other interviews where people who disagree with him strongly, okay, they are able to have an actual professional conversation with somebody who is a presidential candidate, right? We cannot act like this does not require a level of decorum. So when she comes with all that just like ratchet level type of energy, this combative energy, like she's talking to her baby daddy. Like she's talking to her baby daddy.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
that lady
when
was
she
not
comes,
ratchet. Come on.
She was definitely not
for a journalistic type thing. That's what
listen,
ratchet is.
Listen, you don't need to agree with me.
She's
Just go
she's
look at
definitely
just,
an intellectual.
just go look at most of the
Wait, is he
feedback on
a
that
journalist?
interview. Go look
I
at
bet.
most
I
of
bet she would claim to
Listen,
be
go
one.
look
On
at
an
most of
interview,
the
you got to have
feedback.
some level of journalistic decorum to do that.
Go look at most
It's
of
the
the feedback
Breakfast
on that
Club.
interview.
They
Most
act the
people
fool
saw.
all
Must
the
have went to
time.
Harvard.
Most people saw. Listen, most people saw exactly what we're seeing here. Okay, go look at most of the feedback on that interview from black
Yeah,
people. From most people saw this chick was very combative unnecessarily. Like this man did not come with any crazy energy. I mean, for example, let's say he was Trump, right? And Trump likes to let his nuts hang. He likes to kind of get under people's skin. If that was that, then I'll be like, okay, this man did not come with any hostile energy, right? He's trying to answer the question, and she comes just in full hostility mode, like almost like this man is her baby mama. I mean, her baby daddy.
You know what it is too. Like I said,
Help me
PhD,
shut it
you
down.
see, they have an accent where, and it's like they want to be abrasive for the sake of being a black woman, like they have license to do so. Angela Rye interviews people the same way. Every single freaking time she talks, I know she's gonna say, "My people built this for free," or some bullshit like that, and in that black woman accent.
Joy
All right,
Reid's the
and
same
then
way.
there are women that do it. There are women that do it properly. So, Abby Phillip, I don't really like liberal women like that, but her tone is very measured. She doesn't raise her voice. She doesn't take personal jabs. I've seen black women do it very gracefully, and unfortunately, I do not like the way that woman does it. Her and Angela Rye, they do the same shit. You could tell that they don't like the candidate through their voice. Anytime it's a conservative or a Republican, they'll just completely take it personal like that, and I think it denigrates, or it cuts into their journalistic integrity and makes it look like they're just out fishing for something to take the person off their square. And if they don't do it, they lose. They lose.
I feel like you're just stereotyping black women.
Go ahead.
Nah, she stereotyped herself. She stereotyped herself.
I will
She
say
decided
this.
to be the caricature. She decided to be a caricature.
He didn't do a great job at answering and refuting her points. I will say that he didn't do a great job at it. So,
Aaron, if you were having a conversation with somebody and you could tell that their sole goal is to put you in a corner and to like, are you really going to? Again, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to just watch this interview. Go watch other interviews that he has with people who are challenging him, and they get very deep, very like he actually is willing to engage. But I would disengage too. If you realize this person is just trying to put you in a corner, trying to frame you a certain way, trying to say,
you are wrong, Aaron. That man argued with a black woman, and she did not get him off his square. He won.
I don't know. I think that black woman argued with herself.
Exactly. Like he won.
Never get your niggas money.
I think she just went on a diatribe.
She cut him off,
Okay.
and he cut off the cutoff. He won.
I can vote for Trump.
So unless we're speaking,
Yo, hold on. Why we always got to give points? We always got to give points to the dudes who say, "I know what's better for black people," because that's how he sounded.
Well, the points that he made, those things would be better for black people in general.
And actually, he was framing it as what's better for Americans.
Yeah, not just black people. Like, black people only consist of 13% of Americans, of all of them.
But he came to a show that caters to blacks and Hispanics.
He was invited there.
He was invited.
It don't matter if he was invited. He came.
The things that he said. What did he say that was bad for black people?
He's trying to get his.
Hold up, Pookie's making a good point. Now, Pookie,
right.
You're making a good point. You made a good point, but here's the problem, though. The problem is this is why she should have used that time instead of arguing over what this man did in middle school. She could have actually questioned him on, what do you foresee? Like, what does the future look like for black people in America? Even if that question could have made him uncomfortable, whatever. The point is she could have actually gotten into some actual more substantial questions. Instead, she was so busy trying to get this man in the corner that they never addressed anything substantial. Like she just sat there trying to argue about whether or not this man was class president in fucking middle school and high school. Like this is it's just stupid. And like I said, listen, I think it's sad that she made herself the angry black woman stereotype. But I will say, if you look at one of the latest interviews that Vivek did, he did it with actually a black woman. Her name is Christy Kelly, and she does not actually agree with Vivek on a lot of things. She's more libertarian. She's like a libertarian conservative, and she actually sat down with him And they had she pushed back. She told him certain things that she didn't agree with how he's moving, especially on the race aspect of things. But it was respectful. She was very professional. She actually brought up very specific, points, like very things of substance. And I was actually glad to see that, and especially after this train wreck. I'm like, at least there's a black woman that can actually sit down and have a respectful conversation with a fucking presidential candidate and actually make decent points, right? Give him pushback, tell him things that she thinks he could do better, etc. So I just think it's sad that this woman in particular chose to be that fucking stereotype.
No,
well, I think we also have to keep in mind that it was sped up. Shut up, Pookie. We also have to keep in mind that the interview was sped up, so it sped up her cadence, and so it may have made it sound more.
She still sounded like you. Okay.
No, I think if you slowed it down halfway, she still would have sounded horrible.
But hold on, this is so let's break this down. Why are we even giving this presidential candidate any credence? Because he doesn't have a chance, and ain't none of us gonna vote for him.
Well,
that's the same. I might vote for him.
You also realize this is what they said about Barack. Hold on. This is what they said about Barack Obama and Donald Trump, that they don't have a chance.
That's a fact.
And
so,
okay, we know for a fact.
Good one.
I don't think that holds weight.
Trump was doing at this time. He's actually doing better than Trump was doing at this time.
Yeah.
I remember when people were laughing at the idea of Trump being in office.
All I'm saying is, do you think he will go to a white platform, an Asian platform, a Hispanic platform?
He's already done it.
He's going to do it.
He's already
doing
it. But he has to.
If you come to a black platform, you already.
He's already done it.
Hey, you want to know what you didn't hear him say? That he carries hot sauce in his fanny pack.
or if you don't vote for me, you're not black.
White people like chicken too.
White people
they make it just for us.
AL says PH Diva was on the Breakfast Club. That was not
AL, stop it.
She asked a bunch of pointless questions.
She could have.
Okay,
that was definitely PH Diva.
Told you.
All I'm saying is this man a credible candidate to be in office? And if he's not, this shit was just play. They just that was content.
But you never know if he's credible unless you have these interviews.
Hold on, Ingrid. PH Pookie. Let me ask you this: which president? No. This is a good question. Which president has been credible that has been in office that you agree with?
You looking at me right now, nigga? What are you talking about?
The black genius.
Nah. No. Yo, okay. I can't even answer that question. That shit is crazy. No, because all presidents do something that's benefits a lot of us, most of us, right? And then they also don't do shit doesn't benefit a lot of us. So it's what we pick and choose to take from what they do, what benefits us and what doesn't benefit us. So this shit is hard. We don't know that until they get in office, right? That's what we think. But we don't know that until their policies actually take effect about 6-7 years later, until we actually can digest what the fuck these policies meant and the goals of these policies have actually came to fruition. So we can say, Obama did this. We can say Trump did this. We really don't know the results of that shit until I'm not even gonna say while they're in term. The effects of their policies don't happen to way after they leave.
Pookie, if your point is that we don't know the future, Pookie, I agree with you. We don't know the future. So I'm trying to understand what your main point is about this.
He's Indian American or some shit like that. Ain't nobody vote for that motherfucker. Let's stop playing games, dog.
Okay. Because he like Kerry?
No. I guess when they said that about Barack Obama, nobody will vote for him, but he was 2-time president.
See that,
brother.
The thing.
He doesn't have to get the black folks. Understand? He got to get the white folk. Because if the white folk vote for him, he's in.
Well, Gary, even to that, the whole argument of, anybody that's not part of the Democrat or Republican Party, this whole two-party argument, no one's ever going to vote for someone other than a Republican or Democrat. I mean, I don't understand that. I mean, the simple fact that you're saying that you're not even willing to listen to another person and maybe see if something else might work better. because what we've been working with for my entire lifetime doesn't seem to be doing too well.
Yeah, but I mean, practically though, I agree with you in sentiment, but practically though, most like independents, libertarians, etc. You could go down the line at both the federal level and also at the state level. They don't tend to win elections.
And really, JB, if you want to on that
just
point alone, I mean, we have the Republican and Democrat Party is really fractured into 8 different parties, all claiming 2 parties anyhow. If you really want to get technical about it.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you want to go down, it depends on how far down this rabbit hole you want to go, right? Because on so many, this is why I'm not partisan, right? I'm not Republican. I'm just conservative, right? Now, I happen to vote for a lot of Republicans, but I'm not opposed to voting for a Democrat. You know, for example, I see a chance where I could vote for somebody like RFK, even though he's running as a Democrat. So I agree with you in sentiment. I'm just saying that generally speaking, people who want to win elections, unfortunately, that's just the system that we have. If you want to win elections, you're going to run as a Democrat or a Republican. If you want to make a statement, right? Because I know, for example, a lot of people on the independent side, especially like the more like environmental people, like the Green Party, etc. A lot of times they just want to make a statement. So they know they'll never win. Like no Green Party candidate is going to win. They know that, but they want to make a statement. They want to increase, visibility to their movement, and so they run for president with the hopes that they'll get more people to pay attention. But if you want to actually win, then you're going to be a Republican or a Democrat.
But that's our fault because they're not connected to one of the 2 main parties. We don't look at them as viable, and that's fucked up. Because what that man was saying, I'm not in disagreement with everything he was saying. But okay, most of us know we wouldn't vote for him because we wouldn't look at him as a viable candidate. This man not gonna get no vote.
I can't say that.
Why is he not viable?
But
to me, he's no
you know
different
why
than
he's not viable, dog. Come on, let's
to me, he's no different than anyone else that's running.
Because he's not a real nigger.
No, he doesn't.
Stop, bro.
Oh, what I'm saying is, it's a lot of fuck it. Let's call it what it is. It's racism. A lot of black people probably not gonna vote for him. A lot of white people not gonna vote for him. A lot of Hispanics not gonna vote for him.
Terms. Can we stop this shit?
I'm not talking about no.
I'm so tired of you niggas, bro. We had Obama for 2 terms. That disproves your argument.
Black and white have a different relationship in America than everybody else.
If you're gonna use that argument, Pookie, then they actually if we're gonna get into racism and intersectional politics, then Indians are more closer to whites than us. So what's your point?
My point
in fact,
is
white people are more likely to align with an Indian than a black person. If you're gonna take it down that rabbit hole.
Yes, we can go down that rabbit hole. We can look at historic results. A motherfucker like this he's not even gonna get 1% of that's day one. When they hit the convention, that man gonna get 4% of the vote, maybe 3. So historically, let's look at how this shit really work.
We're really gonna look
at like him. When the last time you seen a candidate like him get more than 15 percentage points at a convention when the shit really matter?
2016.
Who?
I mean, Trump was basically an undercard. All he was a media personality and a business mogul. That's it.
He is a dog. He still fit the profile on some kind of level. Barack Obama was an anomaly. Let's see this anomaly happen again.
Anomaly twice in a row?
Yes. No. We can't say twice in a row. No, we can't say twice in a row. The first time he was. The second time he got elected, guess what he did? He proved to the majority of voters that he was viable enough to get a second term, and they voted for him.
So are you saying Trump didn't prove that he was viable enough to get a second term?
No, he did not, because he was a one-term president, and one-term presidents don't matter.
Okay, so what Trump accomplished during his term, has Biden even accomplished half?
No.
We're not gonna do that. We ain't gonna do that first. We're gonna talk about Trump failures, and we had the vid under Trump. He allowed that shit into this country.
What did he fail? Hold on, there, bro. What did he fail at?
Damn near 2 years with him.
So it was Trump's fault that COVID happened.
So what was Obama's fault then?
Just the China virus.
What
was
when did
Obama's
I
fault?
say? When did I say
Well, hold
Obama
on.
had
You
a
got to go
fault?
back. We were talking about Trump first,
I
man.
actually agree with
Let's
Pookie
play
that
this
was
game.
one of the. No, I agree with Pookie. That was one of the wrong decisions that Trump made. Is listening to Fauci. I think Trump should have not listened to Fauci. So if that's what he's saying, I agree with him. I don't think
Yeah,
Trump.
but the world listened. JB, JB, that's disingenuous, man.
was the
The
result.
world
That was
listened to
the what was the
Fauci.
result?
Right.
The
and I'm
world
saying,
listened
and
to
I'm
Fauci.
saying that
The
Trump,
result was going to be the result regardless of who was sitting in office.
Okay, so when the last time we seen something like this happen in our country? When was the last time we had a fucking biological pandemic?
They
In a
almost.
cold
Well, they
country?
tried. This one.
Dude,
Hold on.
If you
Hold
recall,
on.
they
Hold
almost
on.
shut the country down
So,
because
no, man, let me answer his question here. They tried it until it succeeded. They tried it first with the H1N1. It didn't work. They tried it with
Okay,
SARS.
conspiracy
It didn't
theorist.
work. They tried
it's
it
not a
with
conspiracy, dude. That's a fact.
Okay, conspiracy theorist. We
I'll
talking
make a
about
lot of money
results.
if it happen again.
We talking about results. How is Trump successful when the country was shut down for 2 years when he was in term? Could you saved a little bit of money on your taxes? What were we talking about here?
I'll be honest with you. The only problem I had with Trump is him giving the power to the governors and him signing that $6.4 trillion COVID package. That should have never happened. Neither one of those two things.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I see a silence up here. Well, why we not going to examine this man's faults and his failures? You got to do it with everybody else.
I could tell you all kinds of faults that I had with him. I mean, I was pretty personally, I was pissed off.
You still haven't told us why he's not credible. You still have not told us why he's not credible. You're just running around it.
Who?
Do you believe
You
he's
still
not
haven't told
credible
us why
because he's a
Vivek is not
Republican
credible.
candidate?
Say that
Is
again.
it because he's a Republican candidate?
The Indian dude?
Yeah.
Bro, he's an American.
I just know he still has a party. He's aligning with a certain ideology, JB.
Okay, but you said he's an American. This is so ignorant when you guys do this dumb shit.
It's
right?
not ignorant. Don't say that.
That's like blue collar, middle class America right there, dude.
You missed the point. Hold on. No, we're not doing this. You missed the point when I said I agree with a lot of the stuff he said.
Let me tell you why it's ignorant. I never hear y'all do this with white people. It's so funny, right? Y'all complain about racism so much. And
I just did it with Trump.
Listen,
I just did it with Trump.
Wait, hold up. Because a lot of white Americans, they're Irish, right? They have Irish roots, they're Italian, they're whatever, right? And y'all never do this shit.
I just agree. I just said I agree with a lot of what he said. So you're not listening to me, dog. I don't disagree with everything he said. I just don't know if we can connect
have not
with
told
him.
us. Give us specific reasons of why he's not credible.
I'm about to tell you.
Substantiate
Now,
argument.
I don't know if he can. I don't know if that man can connect
Because
with
the angry
us.
black woman said he wasn't.
No, okay, we can do that. I don't know if he can connect. So let's just say he connects with the real Pookie. I don't know if he's going to connect to everybody I know that's going to vote. Historically, we know that's a fact. Most of us might not connect with that man, even if he is the most valuable candidate, even if he is displaying the best policies. We might not connect with him because who he is and how he looks.
Okay, and that goes back to my point earlier. If that's how y'all choose a presidential candidate, y'all are retarded.
Yo, no. This is what people have been doing. This is what people have been doing for the duration of the history.
I care about his damn policies. You dumbass niggas. I care about his policies. I care about what is he gonna do for this country. Substance.
People say I care about his policies,
none of this,
and they don't. And they do not
none
meet.
of this symbolic
They do not
shit.
meet those. No.
None of this symbolic shit.
We're not doing this.
Bro, substance.
We're not doing this. What substance? What substance?
You still have not told us why is he not credible. Tell us. You talk about how the man looks and this and that. What are you talking about? You just said how he looks. That's not substance.
This is why he is not. Let's keep it real life. He might not be credible by his history, the way he looks to not just Black Americans, not just white Americans, not just Hispanic. Half of us might look at him as non-credible by where he comes from, dog, by his ideology. It's a multitude of things that we can look at him and deny.
You're just up in the wind talking about how he looks, and you're just saying words, bro.
What do people vote on?
Saying words.
Yo, okay.
Give us some
Why you
substance.
hold up?
Give us some substance.
Why you giving niggas this much leeway on what they actually vote for? We seen throughout history.
Give us
we
some
seen.
substance.
Yo,
Where's your
you need that.
substance?
Yo, go on these white panels and ask them why they voting against their fucking interests.
Bro, you're the one who just said he's not credible, and all I'm asking you is to
I
give me
did not say he was. I did not say he was not
credible,
dog. No, you're not listening. I just said I can see how people will.
Aaron, did he not say that he's not credible? You said he's not credible, and I'm asking you to back up.
Okay, let me. Okay. I say he's not credible.
In typical nigga fashion, you cannot back up your point.
I just said I didn't say he wasn't credible, but this is my first time hearing him. I heard this interview, but I'm still trying to fucking digest on who he really is. This is the first time I see him in an interview. Right now, peep game. What I'm saying to you is, I can see how.
Is everything good?
I can see how the populace or a lot of us would not look at him as credible. That is more my point, and you skip past that, dumb nigga. Is that not what white people have been doing?
Once again, can you tell me why he's not credible? You're just saying words.
Motherfucker, I don't know if he's not. Hold on.
Can you play that video again so we can see what they're saying?
Because this is my first interview hearing him. Why would I dismiss him?
Why did you come up and say he's not credible? That's what you actually said. That's what you actually said. Aaron, did he not
I said this. No. Listen to the context I'm putting it. Yo, see, you too smart. You a dumb nigga. You a dumb nigga. You think you too smart.
That's why I asked you the question.
I did say that, and I gave you context on why I said that. Now, explain the context.
You're just talking about how he looks.
How many times I'm going to say, no, I just said his ideology, his history, and why some people...
Give us some substance. What is his ideology?
I just told you this is my first interview. Listen to him, right? But I can see why people would give him pushback, my nigga, because we have never...
Like what? Be specific. Like what?
I just gave you the most basic intrinsic shit that people will go off. He doesn't look like one of us. He doesn't have the same ideology as one of us. He doesn't.
But
nigga,
Biden does.
Hold up. So, are you missing my point? Are you that damn?
I'm just asking you to substantiate it.
Nigga, I do not know. I'm going off of surface level observation of this man and throughout history. And first of all, you prove this point, nigga. What other man who looks like him, who had his ideology, has made it as far as...
What is his ideology? What are you talking... Again, I'm asking you. You cannot ask me to substantiate your point.
Okay, cool. I'm going to break this down. I don't need to know his ideology, dog. I know history. When we get to that convention, that man ain't going to get no votes. Significant amount of votes. So I don't need to know his ideology. You explain to me why every time somebody that looks like him...
Are you guys talking about Scott?
You explain to me why somebody that looks like him...
You're the one who said he's not credible. You're the one who said he's not credible.
Because I know how people vote. I know how people vote, dog.
You still have not substantiated your argument.
I don't have to substantiate nothing you say. I have to. My point is,
I did not say he's not credible.
Nigga, I'm saying he's not credible because of how people vote. Get the context of what I'm saying, nigga.
Which is what? How do people vote that makes him not credible? Can you again? You're still not providing specifics. You're just
I am.
And just saying words.
How am I speaking this? You not getting it, nigga? What are you doing? You not? Why? How don't you get this?
Okay, what the fuck does how people vote mean? What the fuck?
When the last time? What is the highest level that an Asian American has reached in a presidential election? An Indian American.
When did an Indian American run?
When did anybody of any other race get to a certain level where we see him as this is who the parties have voted for to represent them in the actual presidential election? I don't give a fuck. I'm going off of history.
You're going off of you.
Hey, listen.
Okay.
Looks matter.
You're
right. Looks does matter. I can't pretend that it doesn't.
Because you think everybody thinks like you.
Excuse guys.
Everybody thinks like me. I'm looking at the results. Look at the results.
Hey, you guys, hold on a minute. Let other people chip in. I think I see where you guys are going. I think You said the word credible, right? I think what you were trying to say is viable candidates. Yes, sometimes people do use the word credible, but now I see where you go. You mean that the guy is not viable
No, he
for
said
presidential election.
to the public.
Yeah, which is viable. It's not viable, which means that it might not be accepted by the public. Am I correct?
I'm looking at voter trends and who are voters most likely to vote for, and he does not fit that. He does not fit that mold.
But my question is this: who are you guys? Because John, who are you guys talking about? Which candidate is this? Is it Tim Scott?
I think it's a little early in the race to even make that a
Is it? Are you guys talking? Are you guys talking about Tim Scott or who?
Come on, dog. Donald Trump is running. This nigga ain't got a chance. Ron DeSantis is running. He ain't got a chance. Are y'all serious?
What's the name of the
African dude? Listen first. No, don't ask what people are talking about. Listen and then join the subject.
All I need is the name of the guy. I don't need. I just want to know who are you guys talking about. That's it. Just the name, please. Just the name.
It's in the title.
I'm saying for the last time, I'm saying he is not viable because of how we vote. That is my
point. How you vote? How Democrats vote? Don't speak for people.
Okay, no, we're not talking about Democrats or Republicans. So let's stop that. Let's stop hiding the fact that y'all niggas know what I'm saying.
They said the same thing about Obama. He's not viable. He doesn't look like us. And then he became president twice. So your argument is moot.
Okay, whatever you
But
know.
Joe did comment on how he spoke.
You know what y'all niggas know what I'm. This is what I'm saying. Y'all niggas too smart. Y'all dumb.
You can't rule.
We are not. First of all, you all niggers.
You know what
we are not niggers up here.
You can't rule a candidate.
Okay, maybe the people that you hang out with are niggers, but we are not niggers here. We are black men.
When JP was saying niggas, shut up, nigga. Shut up, nigga. You ain't say that when JB was saying it, nigga.
I don't even conversate with you.
Shut up, nigga. You's a nigga, dog.
No, you is a nigger. Because I'm far from ignorant.
You African, you definitely a nigga. You more nigga than me, nigga.
No. You see, you denigrate yourself and call yourself a nigger.
Dirty foot, nigga. You more nigga than me, nigga. You better respect it.
Respect what? You can't even look. You put up a picture of Barack Obama and what's it called? You call yourself Pookie. You're an idiot.
Yo nigga ass ain't voting for that Indian. Yo nigga ass ain't voting for that Indian. I know that for a fact.
You know nothing.
You type of nigga to vote for Ron DeSantis. You get up out of here.
You know nothing. You probably don't even vote. You're talking about you're gonna vote. No, my candidate was Trump and he won.
Yeah, Ron DeSantis and Trump is y'all niggas candidates. So let's stop playing like this nigga got a chance.
Well, we'll see when the convention comes. The race has to be run to find out who wins, eh?
Motherfucker, we can go for history.
Well, respectfully, we gotta let Canadians vote in our elections first for Gary's matter.
JJ Carver says Pookie is referring to voting tendencies, not actual viability. Pretty easy to understand.
Well, there is no voting tendencies because if there was,
stupid. Why you gotta say something stupid like that?
You can't even listen. There is always voters.
Let me tell Pookie something. Pookie, 2 ears and 1 mouth or something.
Pookie, you say something that is right. Pookie, you say something that is right. Everybody understand that, but the only difference is Pookie is that it's just the way you come.
Pookie's right. Looks matter.
But you are right. Pookie, it's voter tendency. You cannot underestimate.
Don't tell men about their sexual desires when your body count is 47, bro.
Whose body count is 47?
All right.
Who ain't shit.
That was good, bro. That was good.
Aaron, I got one point to make. I just like the hypocrisy. Nobody called him out. Nobody said nothing. But before I was kicked off the show, a elderly man said, "I don't use the N-word. Don't call me that, please." But he on here using the N-word, calling another man the N-word, and nobody checked him. And
stop being stupid. I told them not to call me that.
That's very disrespectful. You cannot be calling people, bro. Pookie, you know you are not being on this show many times. Calling people nigger is just not good. It doesn't matter where we're from. You cannot put yourself down because somebody else is putting you down. You gotta be above that, bro. Don't call yourself nigga because somebody is calling you nigga or somebody has called you
He
nigga.
wasn't the only
You
one,
cannot
though. Come on.
accept that. No, but big guy, you're a U.S. military guy, right? You're a nurse.
He wasn't the only one.
Lamar, that was not the point. Pookie have never said he does not use the N-word. That elderly man up there stated that clearly when I called him the N-word.
And I told Pookie not to call me. No, did I not tell Pookie not to call me that? Did I call Pookie that?
Yes, you did. You did. But Pookie has to stop calling people nigga, man. It's too much.
No, he
I
don't.
said he's behaving like a nigger. And if
Nigga, I am a nigga.
Yeah, I know you
What
are.
are you
Do you
talking
know?
about? My bad.
You
You
see,
know what? My bad.
I
My
will
bad.
never
My bad.
admit that
I
I
can
call myself
apologize
that.
to you.
You
My
don't
bad for
even
calling
know
you a
the
nigga.
definition. Why would you call yourself that? If you know the definition of the
Why would
word.
you assume I don't know the definition? Words
So
change
you're
over time.
ignorant?
Words
So you're
change over
ignorant?
time.
So you're
Words change.
ignorant. Words don't
No.
change. Definition.
Words can-
Words mean the same thing. Only stupid
No,
people
they
think
do
that words
not. You
change.
see, I hate you smart niggas. You dumb.
Okay, what does
too
the N
smart.
word mean now? What does it mean now that it didn't mean 50 years or 100 years
It means
ago?
nigga, you my brother.
Whoa! So
No,
you're
no,
saying,
no, no,
hold on,
no, no.
hold on. Let me
Calling
take
me
this.
nigga is not
So
your
you're saying, ignorant bastard, you're my brother. Is that what you're saying? Because that's what
No, I'm
nigga
not.
means. Nigga doesn't change. You go look at the definition, it still means ignorant.
Word, nigga. My bad.
It
My
still
bad
means
if I offended
ignorant.
you. My bad if I offended you. Let me
half
apologize
human,
to you, dog.
half human being. That's what a nigga is. Half
Bro,
human
y'all have
being.
derailed the whole thing to
My
argue over
bad.
words.
Yo, we can get back. We can get
thing.
back to the
Right,
politics
DB.
of this
Come
shit.
on, get back to the
My
politics.
bad. My bad. If I offended you, I'm not gonna call you nigga no more, dog.
I appreciate you, brother.
Looks
I
does matter.
appreciate you.
Looks does matter. Pookie's right. Looks matters. If I have 5 eyes, they're not going to vote for me. If I'm handicapped, they're not going to vote for me. If I look like a terrorist with a beard from the Middle East, they're not going to vote for me.
I still think that it's too early in the race to make assertions like this, though.
Lamar, if a man named Barack Obama.
No,
hold on. Let me finish.
Okay.
A man named Barack Obama got elected when the most wanted man in the world's name was Osama bin Laden.
That's a fact.
That's true.
Understand? So don't tell me about what somebody looks like.
No, he looked like us. Come on.
Look like who?
The point of the
Barack
point
Obama,
that Pookie was trying to make is that Barack Obama
looked
related
like
to
us.
African Americans and also looked like African
He
Americans.
looked like us.
When he started speaking and doing his rally, he started a conversation for white people to agree with his policies. That is the point Pookie is making. This man do not relate to black people, do not relate to white people, do not relate to Asian people. They don't relate, even though I agree.
I still think it's too early to make that assumption.
Of his policies, I agree with some of his policies. The fact of the matter is, he does not relate to the general population of Americans.
Well, again, I still say it's too early to make that assumption because most people don't even know the guy's running yet.
But hold up, you finished by saying that he does not relate to.
And they will never know because ain't nobody gives a fuck.
And he's third.
Every qualifier.
Nobody knows he's running, and he's already third. He's behind DeSantis
Hold up.
and Trump.
Every qualifier you use was something race or whatnot. Again, he's an American.
That's true.
He's an American. His policies are America first. His point is, I'm America first. It's y'all who want to make everything.
The niggas voted for Barack Obama, and he wasn't American to conservatives. What are you talking about? He was a terrorist. You remember that?
Make race the ultimate focus instead of results.
I try, but I can only do so much. Thank you for tuning in to the Aaron O Show. I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate you guys supporting the show. Jay Prince is live. We getting up out of here. I will put the link to his channel. Make sure you go and support him. We have officially come to the end of the Aaron O Show. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much for being here, but we got to go. A shout out to the gang for sponsoring today's show.
CBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. My game to the and I know they gon' blast.
GBG is the gang. I appreciate y'all. We getting up out of here. Go support Jay Prince. He's live. I'm gonna drop the link. We getting up out of here. Thank y'all. We'll see you on the next show. But we